Good evening. At this time, we'd like to call the regular Bladen County Board of Education meeting to order. At this time, we'll ask Mr. Edwards to give the invocation.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, give the Board of Education here in Bladen County tonight the knowledge, the wisdom, this time, let's get the state beta officers come in and lead us with the pledge of allegiance.
At this time, if we could get a motion on the floor to adopt tonight's agenda.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. All opposed. Motion carries. Action item 5, approval of a consent agenda. If I could get a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda. I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. All opposed. Motion carries. Dr. Atkinson, spotlights and recognition at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary, board members. This time we do have several spotlights and recognitions, which is also a wonderful thing for our district. First of all, we'd like to recognize the North Carolina High School Athletic Association Hall of Fame inductee. This will take place in the fall. This will be our East Bladen High School basketball coach, athletic director for East Bladen, and county athletic director, Coach Patty Evers. And now Coach Evers will be assisting us with some of the athletic recognitions, starting with West Bladen High School varsity boys basketball.
West Bladen High School boys varsity basketball team, Southeastern Conference basketball champions, Southeastern tournament champions. We have Sincere Jessup and Justin Spalding. Next, we have East Bladen High School girls basketball, Ariel Cromartie, NCBCA second team all-region.
Next, we'll have Dr. Carroll, who will recognize our next spotlight.
Proud to introduce the East Bladen High School Band, who received a superior rating from the North Carolina Bandmasters Association Music Performance Adjudication. Jonathan Seth Adams. Jashana Bethea. Quadir Brown. Tamani Brown. Juan Diego Berga Coupin. Kayshawn Campbell. Kaylin Chambers. Jason Cromartie, Priscilla Cruz Lopez, Justin Garrett, John High, Arabella Horn, Braylon Johnson, Jeremiah Kilpatrick. Jaden Lewis Gary, Sean McCoy, Cameron Merritt, Darlene Montejo Alvarado. John Moat, Tyree Owens. Ray Perkins. Jemiah Peterson. Ariana Pickney. Kennedy Rohde. Haley Robinson. Serenity Russ, Luna Salgado Vasquez, Sanea Singletary. Grady Starling, Noah Stevens, Ruby Stevens. Alyssa Stringfield, Rosario Vasquez Salinas, Gabrielle Williams, Naya Wooten, and they are led by the phenomenal band director, Miss Brenda Flowers.
Look right this way, okay? 1, 2, 3. All right, don't move, don't move. All right, 1, 2, 3. Awesome, got it.
Hey, so I'm Chris Bordeaux with the Bladen Soil and Water Conservation District. Just wanted to say I'm particularly proud of the students here, particularly proud of the administration for allowing these students to come in and put such good effort into learning about the environment and the soil and water resources. We're extremely proud of them. I will tell you that other counties aren't doing this. There are a few, but their participation is very low. So you all should be commended and very proud of them. Love to kind of walk through and announce the awards, and shake your hands afterwards. We do have a small token of our appreciation for the children. So if you can meet me out in the hall afterwards, we'll get those handed out to you. All right. So So first we have the award for, it was for Esther Sandoval Barrios. Very good. Mr. Holt Hall, is he here? Not here. How about Alexis Rojas Aguilar? Very good. Have Peyton DeSapio. Tyler Pittman. Very good. And Jemiah McCoy. Very good. So Miriam McCarthy Maxfield, not here. Destiny Wilson. So sorry. Very good. Sarah Kruk Reyes, not here. Okay. Kamar Monroe. Very good. All right. Callie Lindsay, not here. Owen Hall, not here. Not here yet. Okay. Yeah, and last, Jackson Bridgers. He was our scholarship winner for this year, and I will tell you that his resume is quite extensive. I would love for you all to take, if you get a chance, to take a look at it, because it's very impressive. Probably the best I've seen in a long, long time. I would love to. Yep. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, right here. Say 1, 2, 3. All right, don't move. All right, 1, 2, 3.
Next, we'll have Ms. Dana Mize, who will assist us with an Envirothon FBLA.
So we'll first recognize our Envirothon team from Tar Heel Middle School. And with the Envirothon teams, these two teams that are recognized tonight will compete at the state level. The Tar Heel School team's name is the Little Einsteins. Envirothon teams get to choose their own team names. So I'm going to go through the list. We have Lena Ferraris Vasquez, Purple Cardenas, Ken Rogers, Shalay McCoy, Haley Cooper, Destiny Wilson, Bobby Scott, and the Envirothon advisors are Alexis Moat and Brittany Roberts. The next team we will recognize that will be competing at the state level is the Bladen Early College High School Eco Engineer Envirothon team. Riley Sierra, Norman Ramos George, Aaliyah Alley, Anthony Mena Martinez, Josiah Benjamin, and Envirothon advisor Carolee Stevens. Students in our high school business classes can enroll in our Future Business Leaders of America Club. The East Bladen FBLA chapter went to state as well as West Bladen but these individuals placed in the top 10 in the state. So we have Jashana Bethay, who placed top 10 in customer service role play. We also have Jaden Lewis Gary, who placed top 10 in introduction to FBLA objective testing. Our FBLA advisor, Jennifer Ballard and Erica Huffman. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm proud to present some of our Beta Club winners. As most of you know, the state convention had to be held virtually this year, but I promise you, everyone around the state and nation knows who our Bladen County students are because of all of our wins. So let's listen to a few of them here. First, from Bladen Early College, we want to acknowledge Phoenix Nickel, 4th place Biomedical Health Science in 9th grade. Malaya McClendon, 5th place Hand-Drawn Anime, Division 1. Brantley Huggins, 5th place Language Arts, 9th grade. Riley Finley, 4th place On-Site Painting, Division 1. They also had several other winners who could not be here tonight. We also have Lauren Young, sponsor, and Carolee Stevens, sponsor. Oh, hi, Josh. Joshua Knuth. He's on our Student Advisory Council for Bladen Early College as well. 3rd place in Woodworking Division. I saw that. That was beautiful. So congratulations, Joshua. These young men and women will be traveling to Nashville this summer to compete, so we're excited for that. So next, from Bladenboro Middle School, we have Alyssa Nicole Pittman, 1st place Black and White Photography. Carter Valenta, 4th place Color Photography in elementary. Olivia Ammons, 4th place Digitally Enhanced Photography, elementary. Alyssa Robinson, 5th place Health and PE. We have Paisley Singletary, who was 3rd place in solo, duo, trio, vocalist. And Miss Paisley was named a premier performer in elementary singer, and she will be part of the opening and closing and all sorts of ceremonies in Nashville. Gavin Richardson, 5th place speech. Peyton DeSapio, 5th place spelling. Alana Campbell, premier performer, elementary singer. She also will be a special part of the opening and closing ceremonies in Nashville. That was the elementary division at Bladenboro Primary, and now for the junior division. We have Rachel Ann Cummings, 1st place computer science principals, 8th grade. Jackson Britt, 5th place digital art junior. Bella Hester, 1st place digital enhanced photography. Tyler Thurman, 1st place language arts. Abby Nance, 2nd place spelling, and Nora Blake Chadwick, who was also a premier performer. Jessica Rhodes, Haley Baxley, and Marlena Walters, sponsor. Bladenboro Middle Betas. Bladenboro Middle, what time they're taking pictures, also received 4th place as a club in technology, 5th place for apparel design elementary, 2nd place digital portfolio elementary, 3rd place service learning showcase elementary, 3rd place technology junior, 2nd place three-dimensional design junior, fifth place two-dimensional design junior, second place campaign skit junior, fifth place digital portfolio junior, second place performing arts junior large group, and third place Songfest junior. So congratulations on all those wins to Bladenboro Middle. And now we have Bladenboro Primaries Beta, and Bladenboro Primary is home to the newly elected North Carolina Elementary Vice President, Jackson Davis, and his slogan was, "Hit the jackpot with Jackson." Jackson, if you'll come on in. In addition, those students who run for candidate can compete in an academic event, and Jackson scored first place in the state in health and PE for fourth grade. So congratulations on both those wins. We have Tyler Miller, fifth place black and white photography, Mason Miller, first place color photography, Messiah Morris, first place digital art elementary, Layton, Messiah, hi. Digital art elementary, first place. Layton Lewis, fourth place fiber arts elementary. Aaliyah Weathers, first place hand-drawn anime elementary. Raylan Wilson, third place mixed media and first place poetry. Adeline Edmondson, second place painting elementary. Avery 2, fifth place recyclable art elementary. Elijah Atkinson, fourth place social studies. Angel Navarrete, fifth place Spanish. We have two sponsors, Kelsey Morrison and Pam Little, and the club recognition for Jackson's Hit the Jackpot. His campaign skit was first place in the entire state, and they received fourth place Songfest Elementary. Congratulations, Bladenboro Primary. And next, we have a talented young lady from Dublin Primary School, Miss Rebecca Velasco Garcia. She finished first place in the entire state in fourth grade Spanish. Next, we have East Bladen High School's Beta Club, and East Bladen is home to the newly elected talent in Bladen County, senior Beta president, Mr. Quadir Brown, and his slogan was "Boogie Down with Brown." Quadir, weren't you junior president or vice president for the state as well? I thought so. Isn't that impressive right there? And for those of you that don't know, there are only like 3 positions. And listen to who I've already called out tonight. Bladen County's home to these impressive young men and women. That's something so much to be proud of. Also from East Bladen, we have Nia Wooten, 4th place accessorized design. Noah Stevens, 2nd place agri-science in 9th grade. Johnny Wilson, 2nd place agri-science in 10th grade. Deshaun Campbell, 4th place biomedical health science. Amanda Bollinger, 1st place in digital art division 1 and 2nd place social studies in 9th grade. Gray Butler, 1st place recyclable art division 1 and 5th place science 9th grade. Rosa Abarda Espinoza, 2nd place Spanish 9th grade. Luke Bridgers, 4th place spelling 9th grade. And Jackson Hare, 4th place woodworking division 2. And their sponsors are Cheryl West, Jessica Eason, and Sabra Ludlam. And club recognitions, they placed 3rd place in campaign skit for the senior division. Elizabethtown Middle Betas, we have Aiden Murray, Premier Performer, Junior Singer. And we also have Nazana Banks, Premier Performer, Junior Singer. Want to give us a little showcase of the junior singer that we're going to hear? No? Okay. Club recognitions are 5th place in Apparel Design Junior. Congratulations, Elizabethtown Middle. And
Wait, we have our sponsor here.
okay, I didn't have a sponsor on here.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Tammy Bolden.
Miss Tammy Bolden, sponsor. That's okay. Miss Banks, along with the others, will have a special showcase there in the opening and closing ceremonies and throughout in Nashville. I offered right here to practice. Elizabethtown Primary Betas. We have Miss Isabella Munoz Ventura, 3rd place in sculpture in elementary, and it was beautiful. And along with her is Miss Karen Long, sponsor. All right, Elizabethtown Primary. And now we have our Tar Heel Betas. We have Savannah King, 1st place Cake Decorating Elementary, and 2nd place Creative Writing. We have Antoine Douglas, 4th place in Digital Art Elementary. We have Morgan Lassane, 4th place Digital Art Junior. We have Joshua Tomas Zacharias, 2nd place Digitally Enhanced Photography Junior. We have Samir Bravo Perez, 2nd place Spanish, 6th grade. Our club recognitions: 4th place Book Battle Elementary, 4th place Digital Portfolio Elementary, 5th place Service Learning Showcase Elementary, 1st place Technology Elementary, and 4th place Performing Arts Junior Large Group, and 4th place Service Learning Showcase Junior. Yay! Yeah. And we have another special guest with us here tonight from Clarkton School of Discovery in 5th grade science. We have Jason Bonds. Yeah. And the rest of Clarkton will be recognized next month. So congratulations, Jason. So as I said before, talent in Bladen County. If you see plate sales, raffle sales, please support these young men and women getting to Nashville. It's a trip of a lifetime for them. Thank you.
Next, we'll have our students and staff members of the month. Ms. Priscilla Brayboy will be assisting us with that.
All righty. Good evening, everyone. So tonight I have the privilege of introducing our student and staff members of the month. Each month, Bladen County School recognizes students and employees who exemplify what it means to be learners and leaders in our district. Our students of the month demonstrate kindness, responsibility, academic effort, and commitment to growth, modeling leader in me that make their schools better places to learn. Our employees of the month show outstanding professionalism, teamwork, and care, leading with heart, whether in the classroom, on the bus, in the cafeteria, or behind the scenes. So tonight we celebrate our April honorees for the positive impact they make every day. Up first, we have Bladen Lakes Primary. Students of the month: Michael Levi Merritt and Journey Townsend. Our employees of the month, Christina Lefevre and Pamela Melvin. Got to get your picture. Bladenboro Primary School, students of the month, Fabian Rojas Sandoval and Dariah Stamp. Our employees of the month, Meredith Dallas and Sherry Joyner. Dublin Primary School, students of the month, Joshua Chavis and Nevaeh Caraway. Employees of the month, Lauren Adams and Frida Hales. East Arcadia School, students of the month, Makai Ragland and Naomi Caldwell. And our employees of the month, Maria Boomhauer and Dawn Young. Elizabethtown Primary School, students of the month, Jackson Campbell and Journey Moutry. Come on, Journey Moutry. Employees of the month, Alfreda Bryant and Corinne Long. Tar Heel School. From Tar Heel School, we have Alid Bravo Paz and Stormy Williams as our students of the month. Employees of the month, Julia Gilmore and Jennifer Alford. That's okay, and tonight, Bladenboro Middle, we don't have anyone present, but Alyssa Robinson and Gavin Pancos are the students of the month. Employees of the month, Jessica Rose and Shatera Todd. Clarkton School of Discovery, students of the month, Trinity Davis and Lyric Lawson. Employees of the month, Emily Jackson and Ruth Huggins. Elizabethtown Middle School, students of the month, Jaden Smith and Lillian Cowan. Employees of the month, Everett McDonald and Sarah Lynn Hayes. Bladen Early College, students of the month, Mason Green and Sophia Chambers. East Bladen High School, Students of the Month, Noah Carol Byer and Briseda Venegas. Our Employees of the Month, Mafal Deswal and Savilla MacArthur. West Bladen High School, Students of the Month, Caleb Bass and Jesse Woodle. And the Employees of the Month, Arlene Wren and Parise Patterson. Congratulations to our April honorees.
We have two additional special recognitions. One is unable to be with us this evening, and so we will hopefully be able to bring that back at the next meeting. But at this time, we would like to recognize the family of Mr. Barry Lewis, former board member of the Bladen County Board of Education, who passed away recently, and present the family with this plaque, and would ask them to please come forward this time. The plaque reads in memory of dedicated service presented to the family of Barry Lewis in grateful recognition of 10 years of distinguished service to the Bladen County Board of Education. With sincere appreciation to the family of Barry Lewis for his wise, dedicated leadership, steadfast commitment to the students, staff, and families of Bladen County. His guidance has shaped our path and strengthened our schools. A legacy of service, a future inspired, presented by the Bladen County Board of Education, April 2026. I'd like to ask our current board members to please also join us for this picture. And Chairman Singletary, board members, that concludes the spotlights and recognitions for this evening.
At this time, do we have any citizen participation?
No, sir.
We do not. Okay. Information items, 8.1 EC program update, Ms. Cheryl Whitesmith.
Good evening, board chair and members of the board. I come with you. Do you all have the chart, or do you want me to pull it up?
Yes, ma'am.
You want me to pull it up?
Other folks may not be able to.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, roll. Yeah, there we go. Scroll down. Top. Yeah, pull that up now.
We're in many hats tonight. And go on down to the chart. So everybody has it. You might have to zoom that in too. As of the end of March, the Exceptional Children's Department is approximately 75% through the fiscal year and remains financially stable. State funds, we're about 85% expended, which is expected due to personnel costs. Our federal funds are 73% utilized. Medicaid is at 68%, and our grant funding that we received is at 47%, with planned spending scheduled for the remainder of the school year. Overall expenditures are on track, no funding shortfalls are anticipated, and remaining funds will support services, staffing, and compliance requirements through June 30th. Our focus continues to ensure students receive the services they need while maintaining strong physical oversight. And I want to give you an update on some additional funding that we just got after this was submitted to you. An audit showed that we were underpaid in Medicaid the year of 2024, so we're going to be receiving $24,237. And then today I got an email, and we're getting Medicaid reimbursement for March 11th through 4/8 of $15,252.25. So we do have some more revenue coming in on that end on the Medicaid side. So I wanted to keep you updated, but it looks like we're going to be able to sustain through June.
Awesome. Good
So,
job.
yeah, it's a blessing. We've come a long way, so that's why I was so excited to share the good news. So it looks like we're going to be able to make it.
Absolutely.
It has been a roller coaster, but hopefully we're gonna make it. But if anything, I'll keep you updated, but just wanted to, are there any questions for me?
Do we have any packages that are compliant?
We do. We have 4 today. So we're working on getting those done. And I have not had a chance to investigate were those new enrollees or those of our old students that the teachers had a problem getting parents in or something. I haven't had a chance to investigate them. But we do have 4 out of compliance today, as of today. Just 4. Just 4. Blessing. Everybody else is good. All the what is it, 100 and, what's our head count? 160 some, we're all in compliance. Just 4, which is blessing. I mean, those are good numbers. Our schools have done a great job at working on this. And most of our times, if an IEP is out of compliance, it's either due to a parent situation or it could have been an oversight on teacher's behalf. But most of the time, it's parent situation or an enrollee, a new child that enrolls into our district.
Good job.
Yeah, they've been doing great. So, okay, thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Wattsmith. On to 8.2, presentation substitute management program, Kelly Education, Ms. Priscilla Brayboy.
Good evening, board chair and board members. I come to you tonight, I'm going to present our guest presenters. Kelly Education, it's a substitute teacher management program that we would like to partner with, and I will let them go over if there are questions afterwards. So if we can go into a little bit more detail, we will. So tonight I have with Kelly Education, Ms. Carolyn Clayton, Mr. Clarence Middlebrooks, and Jennifer Caraselli.
Okay, I sure will. Hi, thank you so much for having us this evening. We're really going to just go through about a 5-minute presentation, and then we're here to answer any questions that you may have. We are with Kelly Education. If you have not heard of Kelly Education before, we're part of Kelly Services, the founder of the temporary help industry in 1946 by Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly started as a staffing company, started with 3 individual employees, and 27 years after that, we invented the education staffing organization as well. So the main purpose of Kelly Education, go ahead. He was just listening away. That was great. The main purpose of Kelly Education is to fill all of your substitute staffing needs within a school district setting. We work anything from substitute teachers, paraprofessionals, custodial work, anything within a school district outside of bus drivers are positions that we can fill. So how the process works is if you take a look at your substitute population now, we take over the individual employment of those people. They become Kelly Education individuals, and with that, they're offered benefits. They're paid weekly. They have access to health, medical, dental, vision insurance. And we take a look at the pool and any shortfalls that you may have, such as if you're not filling 100% of your classrooms, we're going to add to that pool by recruiting within your community qualified individuals. We recruit, screen, train, hire, orientate, schedule those individuals, offer benefits and recognition for those substitute employees, and they're our management responsibility. So if a principal has an issue with an individual in a classroom, the principal will tell us that this individual is working out, not working out, so forth and so on. Coaching, counseling, mentoring, and or termination of employment does happen by Kelly Educational Staffing. All of the duties that are ours relieve the administration to focus on your core competency, which is education of students. Clarence, you can, that's okay. That's all right. With that being said, how we recruit, we're a staffing organization, so it's grassroots efforts. So again, we take a look at your current substitute population and where the shortfalls are, and we target recruit, whether that be a specific position or a individual school building, or maybe overall there just aren't enough individuals that are available when your full-time teachers are absent from their classroom. The training is pre-hire and it's mandatory, so we'll put every individual that we hire through a comprehensive training solution to make sure that they understand what is expected of them from your school district as well as Kelly Education before they're placed in any classroom. Next slide. Our comprehensive interview process does have a pre-qualification, so whatever your screening processes are today, we will follow. In addition to that, there are behavioral interviews that we take individuals through because not everyone that is maybe qualified on paper should be an educator, so we want to make sure that those hard skills and soft skills match. If they make it through our application and screening process, we take them through for further through evaluations for National Sex Offender Registry, any state-specific and federal guidelines, making sure that not only that they're eligible on paper to be an educator, but those skills that are required by national, federal laws are adhered to. If an individual does not work for us for 150 days, we will rescreen them, making sure that we understand where they've been during that time period. And again, the training, again, it's pre-hire and it's mandatory. There is an assessment afterwards to make sure that these individuals are receiving the core skills to be substitute educators prior to entering a classroom. Also, there's continuing professional development for our staff members. So in addition to the weekly pay, the health benefit options, there's a lot of recognition and retention efforts that we do, including professional training. Just like we put our full-time staff through professional development, these educators deserve that as well. Next slide. So how do we do this and how does this work? Again, we're a staffing organization. We're able to attract more individuals to work in our school systems, our partners, than school districts can, simply because we recruit 365 days a year. Grassroots efforts in your community, we have a team of recruiters that are simply dedicated to substitute workforce. The benefits certainly help. The weekly pay is our #1 attractor for substitutes, along with our benefit package offering. Next slide. And lastly, you have automated scheduling system, the Frontline system. Frontline system is something that we utilize as well. However, automation is only as good what you put in, you're going to get out of it. If you don't have enough resources put into that automated scheduling system, you're not going to have the output that you're looking for. So in addition to automation and dialing in, logging in, calling out, we have a team of individuals that work in the morning starting, as you can see, at 5:30 and going through 7 p.m. These individuals specifically are calling the talent pool, placing them on assignment. 24% of all of our absences come in morning of. So those morning of absences are really challenging. challenging for your buildings, for your principals, your administrative staff, scrambling, teachers filling in to cover. That's not the most effective way to have education continuity happen. So with our team filling absences, recruiting more individuals into your subpopulation, we're able to fill more classrooms, continue the education process. And the last slide really is we manage everything so you don't have to. Everything that we talked about is included within our program, starting with the recruiting, that wheel that we showed. Everything within that is taken from the administrative burden perspective off of the district and placed upon Kelly as your partner. That's it. Was that less than 5 minutes? Maybe? Okay. I know it's been a long night. Any questions?
I have one question. Thank you for your presentation. It's very informative. What's the cost for your services?
It's a great question. You don't pay anything unless we fill a classroom. So there's not an implementation charge. There's not a charge for the automated scheduling system. We work on your pay rates. We don't alter the pay rates of the substitutes offering. We work on a markup factor. The markup factor depends on several different things: wage base, usage, current subpopulation, the amount of recruiting that happens, but it's a markup factor that we provide to the district upon partnership for evaluation to make sure it's a cost-neutral setting. So right now, I can't give you a specific markup because there's further consultation that we have to do with the administration, but it's a markup factor on your current pay rates.
My concern is just making sure that those substitute teachers are paid fairly and they're marketable as they need to be so they can move forward in the district as well.
Yes.
We just want to make sure that we're not paying everything to, not saying that you don't have a great cost, because we don't even know what that is yet, but just want to make sure that we're not just taking care of you, we want to take care of them. Also, you pay them, so at the same time, but they work for us, but we just want to make sure they feed into our, form as well, but, and what kind of benefits do you offer?
Sure. So in addition to the retention benefits like the weekly pay, substitute teacher of the semester, all of those things, we are ACA compliant. So if an individual works enough to qualify for that, that's our responsibility, not only the tracking, but the payment of. And then, yes, and then there's cafeterias type benefits. As a global organization employer, the benefits are cafeteria style, whether it be health, medical, dental, vision, insurance. They can participate in any of those for themselves or a spouse. It is group discounted for our employees. It's not paid for by Kelly. It's a sponsored program by Kelly Education, but it's not paid for by. It's paid for by the individual substitutes based upon their family need of what they choose. And they just have to be eligible for work. It's not something that they have to have a number of days that they work to be eligible.
One last question, because I was just speaking to a substitute teacher just the other day, and she was relating to us that, well, relating to me and someone else, that she never gets called much, but, so when those people are hired by you, are they on a contract, or they just day-by-day basis, or you just call them when you need them? How does that, what's the breakdown on that?
Sure. The current substitute population and the new individuals that we recruit, we're filling to fill your gaps. So the individuals will tell us upon hire when and where they want to work. Some individuals want to work one day. Some individuals want to work for a specific teacher or a specific building. All of that remains the same. So the availability then is, it's our responsibility to make sure we're filling with enough people. You can have too many substitutes on a sub list. Then you don't have individuals that work enough. So understanding where and when they want to work and how often is crucial to maintain. You don't want a dead sub list where you're calling and nobody is responsive. Then when you really need them, they've wanted to work and you didn't call them. So that number of substitutes that you manage is extremely crucial for the success of the program. And as the employer of record for the substitutes, we have a due diligence to our employee to meet their employment needs as well. So if they say we'd like to work 3 days, that's on our onus to keep them working those 3 days.
A few questions. I think that Ms. Brayboy, you may be able to answer these. Is it a LEA requirement, or is this with DPI for substitutes to complete the effective teachers training? Right. So would that be the same? So you all will have that same standard. Okay, good. Would this apply for our existing substitutes as well as new substitutes? Because you mentioned training, so the folks or individuals who have been employed for a number of years as substitutes, would they be required, sorry, excuse me, I'm on medication, I'm sorry. Would they be required to go in and to complete that training as well?
No, sir. So employees that you feel are employees that you'd like to transition to us, they're what called grandfathered in, a stamp of approval.
Okay,
So
that's
it's
good. Okay.
just new substitutes moving forward that would go through the comprehensive training. Now, your existing subpopulation is offered any professional development that they'd like to adhere to or they'd like to participate in. That's at their discretion.
You mentioned earlier that if you don't fill a class, then there is no financial obligation from the district. So if you don't fill a class, financially, we're not responsible, but still, we have a responsibility to be sure, what is our protocol, or what do we have in place for that if they don't fill a class with a substitute? It falls back on. Okay. So it sounds like you said with the additional costs, the add-on, so if it's 10%, 25% of whatever we pay our substitutes, this is going to be a more expensive way of doing sort of what we're doing in-house. It's not going to have as much manpower, it's not going to require as much manpower, but it is going to be a bit more expensive depending on what the overhead costs are.
Depending on the wages, as we mentioned, they stay the same. You tell us what to pay the substitutes.
Right, but it's the over.
And then, just like you have, the FICA, SUDA, workers' comp, unemployment, risk and liability, the transfer of those costs are ours. We also pay for the absence management system, your frontline absence management component, because we utilize that for our program. So when you break it down, what you're paying for unfilled classrooms, if that's having someone else fill in, or if there's a teacher overage payment, when you break it down, we're looking for a cost neutral. Now, we're going to increase your fill rate. That's the goal. We're going to increase because we're going to have more individuals coming in. So if we take you from an 80%, say, fill rate to a 95, that could potentially have some additional cost. But the value add for that is a lot of the administrative burden that is eliminated. But apples to apples comparison, we should be at a cost neutral when you take on all of your additional costs and they're eliminated from your program and they're added into ours.
Okay. And the last question, how would principals, or would they have the autonomy to go in and improve specific substitute teachers for their school? Someone they may not mesh with, they may not feel comfortable with, that's approved for you all. How would that work?
Yes, so just in the current system, preferreds and excluded. So individual substitutes can be a preferred from a teacher for a building, for a specific classroom. They can also be excluded, same way, from a teacher or from a school. And as the onus is ours, being the employer of record, it's really important for us to work closely with the principal, because there are individuals that might just not be a great kindergarten educator, but they're tremendous in 5th grade. All of those nuances within the program is honors that we will adhere to and make sure that we're making sure each principal at each building is treated not just as the overall district, but within their guidelines, because some schools are easier to fill than others. Some have different policies and procedures that are under the umbrella, but we want to make sure the filled and classroom percentage increases at every school, not just as an overall blanket.
And to add, I'm sorry, I do think it's really important to say that your schools still have the ability to control who's in their building, right? We're not coming in and saying just because they're on the sub list, they have to go there, right? As they go in, they can come to us at any time and say, hey, this person's, like she said, not a good fit, or, you know, they need more professional development training on classroom management. We can take those individual pieces and either retrain them and get them up to par to where they are successful there, or we have to move on to a different, you know, school or grade level, or maybe not even be in the sub pool. So.
And that recommendation is made upon the principal of that school?
However you guys would prefer. Yeah, so some districts, you know, the principal level, some have it, they wanted to go to HR first and then come to us. That's kind of those nuances we were talking about, that during the implementation process, we would need to find out what you wanted to do, right? At what level you wanted to control that.
Yeah, I'm sure Ms. Grayboard can handle that.
Yeah.
How many, last question, how many school districts are you currently in?
As a whole, we're the largest employer of substitute educators across the country. We have nearly 10,000 customers across the country. About 5.4 million absences are filled by a Kelly Education staffing educator each year, about 30,000 plus per day. So large. In the state of North Carolina, we have, and that's probably more what you're asking about than, the Miami-Dades or the other school districts we partner with the country. So right
Yeah.
down the street, we can talk about some of our
Yeah, and
customers.
across the Carolinas, we have 45 customers, and across North and South Carolina, we have 45, and that, I know that number so quickly. I'm the Client Services Director for North and South Carolina, so that's kind of what I eat, sleep, and breathe. But your closest neighbor is Robson County. We've been working with them, I think, our fourth year, I think third or fourth year, and things are going really well there. Got a really good program right down the street, so we've got resources in the area already that we're recruiting and working.
Because I know Robson County was having quite an issue with it, wide issue, so that's why. Thank you.
Yep.
I thought you were coming in with the last thing, just to drive it home.
Right. Yes.
But she flew right in. I'm Clarence Middlebrooks. Thank y'all for having us again. I cover the sales area for the Carolinas, so North and South Carolina. Don't live too far from here, right up the road in Johnston County.
Okay.
Like I said, they did a phenomenal job. And, you guys are, I will say one last thing. They asked a lot of questions, but you're not just getting a vendor, you're getting a transformational partner. And that's truly what it is, a partnership. So looking forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
guys.
very
Appreciate
much.
you. All right, we'll move on to action item 9.1, reduction in force, certified administrative and classified staff. Dr. Ackes.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. As we know, has been a challenging time for public school units, specifically in North Carolina, but all across the country. In fact, I had some information that was just recently shared with us that North Carolina is the only state in the country that ended 2025 without a budget. And so it has been very difficult for school systems. I'm sure you've seen on the news recently, even larger affluent systems you're most accustomed to that you would think would have a large tax base. Wake County, Chapel Hill, Carrboro are all having to face reductions. It's not necessarily a particular entity's challenge or a necessary fault, but it's kind of what has ended up being almost an attack on public education when you have things like vouchers, when you have growth there, funding taken away from schools, declining ADM for school systems. It does make it challenging. A lot of districts faced reduction in forces many years ago when the Race to the Top funding was in place. It was a one-time bucket of money that, obviously a lot of times legislature and governing bodies, when they hear one big chunk of money, they think, oh, that's going to solve everything, and then the support goes from there. They'd make other reductions. If you look in the information that was in board docs, we have two policies that govern the reduction in force process. One is specific to teachers and school administrators or the certified staff, and one goes to classified staff. I will say out of the gate that in going through this, and obviously what we're looking at tonight is just asking authorization to work through the reduction in force process. There'll be, obviously, we identify some initial potential positions that could be worked through that. I will state that with the positions that were initially identified, they're not necessarily specific to an individual person. It is specific to areas in which we feel like we make a potential to do some reductions, or funding is not there to potentially fund that. For example, with assistant principals as a line, we generate 3.7 assistant principals for the district with the dollar allocation that is there, which makes that very challenging. And so, districts have had to take a look. You've heard one system in our state that went first looking at special education. We know that we heard tonight that we're much better shape than we thought initially, which we're thankful for. But I will say that a lot of thought was in this initially, and thinking through ways, and number one thing was to protect the classroom. So there is not any recommendation or thought process at this point, nor do we see that going to the classroom teachers. And because we know, obviously, that's where our instruction takes place on a daily basis. And so with these two policies, and what we're looking at doing is, when you think about grounds for reduction in force, specifically under policy 7920, what we do find ourselves in is the financial exigency, which there's a significant decline or insufficiency in financial resources that will require a reduction in operational expenditures, or that will potentially prevent the school system for continuing progress at current levels. And obviously, there's been several things. We know that what we have asked for in local funding for several years is actually, that's kind of the chart that's listed here in the documentation. When you look at what has been asked for by the county versus what has been given by the county, then taking the charter school money off the top, you see what net budgets have looked like. Last year, the net loss, if you take what we actually requested, minus what the difference in what we received, take also away the charter school dollar amount, which last year was about $1.34 million. You really end up at a net loss of $3.1 million already from what you had originally asked versus what you received and had to pay out. And I think that a lot of folks, obviously we know that's a legislative thing that requires the charter amount. We've actually had that previously shared. I think for the first school months we've seen what that was. And this year's projected to be around $1.55 million. School systems, I think all but about 3 or 4 are experiencing ADM reductions. One thing we just recently received as well is a projection from the North Carolina, our state dollars, and right now they're projecting a $1.6 million loss. And so when you look at $1.6 million on a state level, initial projection, versus where the projected net loss for this year for what we requested versus what we were funded versus payment to charter, you're around that $3 million range again. And so, obviously, districts have leaned upon fund balance, and I think to try to be that catch-all, and that's happened to every system, obviously, that is facing that. But fund balance only goes so far. We know that last year, and when specific to EC program, we knew that there were some overages, things that we had to cover in that. And, in looking at fund balance, that's kind of like your savings account. It is highly likely that we will obviously be very close to what we consider the break even. But, thinking about what's available in fund balance, and challenges of that, you could take indirect costs from child nutrition. They have to have at least 3 months of operating expense before the board can now pull indirect cost from child nutrition. They've been short on that the last 2 to 3 years. And so the district has not been able to pull indirect costs. That'd be for things like power, because they are a profit-generating entity. Rising cost, and we're seeing that especially now, obviously, as it relates to fuel, as it relates to other expenses, employee rising costs, health insurance had a dramatic increase this year. I think the benefits went in the opposite direction, but the cost went up. In fact, it's about $8,500 per employee that the board has to pay in terms of the employer contribution for health insurance. And so through that process, it obviously, we cannot continue at the rate, obviously, where we are. And honestly, majority of LEAs are finding themselves in that kind of place. We're hopeful there'll be a state budget next year. We're hoping that, the difference would be there. But you also know if the state provides a salary increase, your local funding, because you're not going to give one group of employees a raise when you don't, not the others. And so you're going to have to, if the state does some kind of increase, you're going to have to do the same thing for federally paid and locally paid employees as well. And so these are not the things you really want to do. I will say that in looking at where we are, considering potential retirements, vacancies, as well as, obviously attrition, that in a majority of cases, we'd be able to retain employment of folks that would be in potentially different positions, or things could be reassigned or transfers. And so that is promising that we do have that avenue. I can't say it would happen in every single case, but I do think that we're there. Obviously, we're not getting into the weeds of individual folks tonight. That would have to be obviously discussed in closed session. That would be something, but in consultation with Attorney Malone, we've worked through this, as well as the financial consultant, Ms. Brayboy, Ms. Brown, Mr. Nolan, our new finance officer. I got around to most of you all before the meeting, and who I'll be sharing a little bit later, financial summary. And so there's been a lot of review and consideration in looking at where we are. The consultant that was working with our interim finance officer also been looking at reports and saying you're going to, you cannot continue to go to fund balance. And so I think we're honestly in a better place to be able to make some shifts, knowing what's coming at the end of the year in terms of some stated retirements. We'll be able to take a lot of that burden there, and it would actually not be a situation where you're cutting ties with every kind of position that's on there. And so I believe we'd obviously be able to work through that, which is a promising place. Districts sometimes find themselves in that kind of situation. And so we've obviously listed some potential initial positions or position categories that we've listed here, and obviously looking at how we can consolidate some potential programs, some reassignments and things like that. Again, that's subject to change as we go through this and start looking. Again, nothing is final until we all go through a list of employees, applying the board policy, obviously showing where we can transfer and maneuver, those kinds of things. But what we're asking for tonight is to allow the administration to work through the board's reduction in force policy, to start that process. Obviously, it spells out in policy how that works. That's policy 7920 for teachers and administration, 7921 for classified, and then those will be the guidance of that. And just using this as an example, we'd be looking at potential savings of about $2.2 million in this format. Again, working through this, there may be some additional changes or additional things that we can do. But what we're asking the board tonight for is to allow the administration to enact the reduction in force policy, to generate recommendations to the board to move forward in that process. And we may do that. The board may decide, well, when we see information, we'll have obviously the financial things. You all may decide, well, is there any additional things we can do differently? How are employees affected? When will they be notified? All those kind of things. The only thing we have to do now is if there is a certified potential position, if someone is in a contract renewal status, we'll have to make them aware before May 1, obviously, of that. But again, nothing would be final or anything by that. Otherwise, we'd be going through policy as we've stated. That will be something that would come to the board in closed session at our next meeting. And so all we're asking you all to do is to authorize the administration to enact the reduction in force policy to begin that official process and bring recommendations to the board at the next meeting.
Are you going to bring us a rough draft of what you're going to do?
Yes, sir, and we'll talk through that in closed session, then we'll make those final decisions at that point, and then obviously from there, employees will be notified. So at this point, there's, again, the only thing we would have to do at this point, if anyone that may have a contract that may be initially here, we're just making them aware by May 1 that there's a potential for the reduction in force. But otherwise, in majority of cases, that will not be, and it will be, again, that's still not final. The board has to do, we have to work through this. It's not an easy process, and I'll tell you it's not easy. I've just in seeing it before, the truth of the matter is school systems shouldn't be at this place having to do this. Because, but it's a result of underfunding in multiple ways and rising costs and budgets not keeping up. We don't want to point the finger just at local. We know our local money hasn't moved. We've seen that in the last 3 years, but we can't just say it's a local issue. We talk about state, but we also talk about federal. Even next year, there's been a release of an initial draft of what the 27 federal budget may look like, and they're going back and identifying programs that they were initially looking at cutting early on. And so, in this time, I know legislature's trying to come back. There's been talk of trying to get some kind of potential mini budget, or moving ahead toward giving us some idea of what they would do in 26, 27. Obviously, none of this, even with us coming back together and reviewing in policy specifics, even with that, this is for the 26, 27 school year. But we have to go ahead and go through that, obviously, that process, but we just need the board to authorize us to work through this policy and allow us to bring recommendations to you all to discuss in closed session next month. And then that final decision will be made at that point, and the board will come out and we would talk through that. Anything you guys would want to change, look at modifying, we can work through all that process. And that's how that's supposed to work, but we just need the board's authorization to begin that work. Let me pull. We are, if I remember correctly, Mr. Rhoda, I think it's looking at about 3,720 is what they gave us a number off of. What I can do, I can double check that and send that to you all, what the state based that. He was asking about projected potential enrollment, and I want to think it was around 3,700 that the state used, but I will double check that number and I'll email it, share that with you all. And so what we're seeing, I think the statistic came out, it was all but 3 systems out of 115 in North Carolina are going to experience, and it's been happening, but it's going to, with the, obviously the biggest thing I've been has not necessarily been, we've had, obviously the charter movement has been in, that's been there, we've been doing that. It does hurt the pocketbook, but the privatization, the challenge is, and Mr. Nolan, you might remember this from your previous district, I think it was low wealth, a couple other funds that were reduced. They took money from there to create the vouchers. And so where we find ourselves at is, and Mr. Rose, a good point, student numbers may reduce, but, we think about, we have to continue operations in schools. You have to have teachers in place. One school may have a low number reduction, one may have a larger, depending. And so the operations have to continue. That's why even like the facilities and things, that's what's tough if the dollars are not aligning to. And then obviously we want to do everything we can to protect the classroom itself. Some systems are having to go to the classroom level. We're trying to avoid that at all possible thing. In fact, we haven't even went to State 01 or any other funds that would deal with classroom teachers. We're trying to preserve the classroom and avoid that because we need teachers. And we know every position obviously is important. There's an impact to everyone, whether you're in a classroom or not, everyone has an impact on students in the work that they do. But the core business that we're in obviously is teaching students. And so we at all costs should avoid touching the classroom, and that's what we're trying to do. But I'll get that number to y'all, Mr. Rhoda. I'll share that once I'll go back and double check it. And I might be able to get it before we're out tonight. I can maybe look it up and see what it is, what they project that number to be.
Dr. Atkinson, since you mentioned that, just to change gears, and we'll get back to this.
Yes, sir.
The contract with Duke University, I thought you said that we had around 3,700 students. That contract says that we have more than 4,000 students.
And is that the MOU that they did?
Yes.
Okay.
That's more than 4,000 students.
And that might be
employs
an
more than
error. That-
550 staff. So
I know
think we
the
may need to go
attorneys
back.
worked through that, but that had to be modified on the actual, thank you for pointing, yeah, we'll double check that, because, yeah, that would have to be our actual ADM, would have to be plugged into that. And that might have been, when they looked at community schools, they might have pulled, because sometimes they account for what the homeschool population may be when they look at a number. 'Cause that's another thing we're seeing too, is a rise some in homeschool. But now more of the homeschools are starting to move into the private because you can get the vouchers at this point. And there's no income requirements now on those vouchers. Anyone can, used to it was an income based, now it's open to anyone. And so all those things, you know, and again, it's a multitude of various things that impact us. But we shouldn't have to be doing this. But when you see systems in this, I mean, you think about the power of education. We influence every career path that exists: doctors, lawyers, military, law, everything. You know, and even the challenge now, and I'm not putting Ms. Brave on the spot, she went to a job fair just last week during the break to help recruit at one of the universities, and nobody was graduating at that particular time education. Nobody was graduating education. They wanted other. And so, well, what's happened is they're seeing, well, the state's not moving on. Why do I want to go into something that, you know, used to people revered education. You know, it was competitive to get a teaching job. I remember when I started teaching, it was competitive to get teaching. Now, it's almost like, and I think our folks can say it on the sub side, if a person has blood in their body, they haven't committed a felony, and they're willing to get trained, we can about put them somewhere. I mean, but before it, you know, it has been historically, and so that's just disheartening. But just as it's not only impacting, you know, personnel, but it's just a whole rounded challenge that we're having to face. And who knows? I mean, I'm still want to be hopeful. I still want to be hopeful we're going to get something, but I do think that, you know, as stewards, we're going to have to look at some reduction, protect the classrooms, and all we're asking you to do tonight is just to authorize us to move through that process. But again, nothing will be done until we consult with you all, work through the process, and then that takes place in closed session next month, and that might be a continuation. It might be we're not ready to finalize that. We might have to have another meeting to come back. Maybe some things you all direct administration to do a little bit differently, and so we need to be kind of flexible minded in that. And that can happen. We can say we can go through a initial thought process in closed session. We may say you may ask us to look at some other options, and then we come back to another special call meeting and go into closed session to do that. So the board's in total control of this. It's just we need your authorization to work through the policy and start some initial recommendations.
At this time, we get a motion on the floor to approve the superintendent's recommendation to enact a reduction in certified administrative and classified positions for the 26-27 school year.
Could you read that again? I want to be sure I heard that correctly, if you don't mind.
Yep. Can I get a motion on the floor to approve the superintendent's recommendation to enact a reduction in force of certified, administrative, and classified staff positions for 2026? School. I got a motion. Do I have a second? I got a second. Any discussion?
Absolutely. I'll digress. If anyone else wants to go first, I'll.
Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
All right, so first thing, Dr. Atkinson, is that what I'm seeing if we'll go down, who's controlling this? Okay, if you scroll down, sir, to the beginning. I'm sorry, scroll up. When it says let's go to the motion. It says recommended approval for the RIF for the 26-27 school year. Now, what I interpret with that is that we're voting, or we're making a motion to approve what you've submitted. However, what you've said is something a little bit different. You're saying, so that motion that's here is incorrect. If we go down, if you can scroll all the way down to the bottom, sir. If you will, I'm sorry. No, you're fine. To the very bottom, what has the positions listed?
And I know where you're going, Mr. Thomas, I see this now on that,
Right, so, I'm sorry, I said, the end of the next page, the end of the next page, I'm sorry.
That number
the previous
8.
page.
At number 8 should have been removed. That was the second draft, so
Where has the positions? I'm sorry, Dean, sir.
there you go.
Right here, okay, so we're gonna stop there. So, seeing this, I'm just gonna be honest. I think that we are asked to make a very important decision, and we don't have all the tools we need to be sure that we're making an effective decision. Based on this, when we look at policy 7920 as it relates to teacher and school administrators, what the policy says, based on the way that it reads now, it says the board will review the superintendent's recommendation and will determine whether to reduce the number of employees or to reduce the terms of employment. Number 5 says, if the board, after exploring, considering, and discussing a variety of ways to avoid a reduction in staff, determines that a reduction in force of employees subject to this policy is necessary, the superintendent shall recommend to the board which individuals are. So now we're voting on something, but according to the policy, it's very specific. It says after exploring, considering, and discussing a variety of ways to avoid a reduction in force. We've not had those conversations as of, I wasn't asking the
We'll
question.
yield to
Yes.
council on
So,
that.
yes, so all, the board tonight is not being asked to eliminate individuals. So with the policy there, how it reads, is contemplating what's going to happen at the next meeting. And so tonight, the board would be saying it agrees with the superintendent that a reduction in force is necessary, and it's asking him to go and do the work of applying the policy to identify individuals and then bring that list back to the board in closed session. So before anyone is informed that they're going to be subject to a reduction in force, before anyone is affected by this, the board would be shown that list and provide that information in closed session at the next meeting.
Okay, so I understand that. Thank you so much. I wasn't asking a question, but I appreciate the comment. So with that being said, if we go back to the actual motion and the way that it's written, it's saying that we're making the motion to approve this. It says to make the motion to approve the RIF for 26-27. This is your proposal. It's not saying to begin the work.
That's right.
So that needs to be restructured to be sure that we have everything, because we're playing with, or we're considering making important decisions on folks' careers and their livelihood, and we need to be sure that we're doing everything 100% correct. And there are a lot of things, I think, we just need to have those tools before, because for whatever reason, when we received our initial draft of the board agenda, it was not included, but it was there on Friday afternoon. And so, in my opinion, I don't think that the administration would have taken from Wednesday to Friday afternoon to put this together. So it would have been nice to have some type of heads up. And so there was no way for us to respond or to get answers to our questions over the weekend. So you get this on Friday afternoon. This is what we're proposing. If I was an employee, and this is open to everyone, if I saw myself or I saw my position, even though a name is not there, I would definitely have a lot of questions, a lot of concerns. I would feel embarrassed and humiliated. And if, in my thought process, I could be wrong, if it was in the policy that you could do these things, why does the board have to vote on it if it's within the policy for you to do it? You do it, and then you bring the names back to us, and then we have those conversations based on that. If we go, just a second, Dr. Atkinson, if we go to the next policy 7921, it also says that when we're making these decisions, there are some factors that we have to include, which would be job performance as indicated on a formal evaluation or other documentation, degrees, license, or indications of employees' potential to contribute and progress in the school system. C is seniority and the same or related positions within the system as a whole. And D is other criteria determined to be relevant by the superintendent. So it's talking about job performance. And so we're going to want to see, I would like to see those, just to be sure that we're going So, and if someone does have a superior job performance, that should be a consideration, also seniority. So I just don't want there to be a situation where we have someone who may have been in the position for 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, and that person at the end of their career, and then they're facing this type of scrutiny or this judgment or a risk. I think that, again, to reiterate, even though names were not included, positions were. One of the positions, if we look down under 7921, there's an HVAC maintenance worker. There's one position. I thought for sure we only had one individual who did HVAC for the county. So if we're looking to eliminate that position, what do we do then? Do we outsource? And if we outsource, I'm sure they're going to charge a lot more than what we. So there are so many things. I don't care. I think we've asked this before, that whenever there are important decisions or some of these things, we need to have this information ahead of time. And that way we can talk with you and get our answers prior to coming to a board meeting. But this, I think, is unacceptable and it's unreasonable to receive this high-level information on a Friday afternoon and then come in on a Monday afternoon and expect it to make a vote, which is not in alignment as it's written with what you've explained tonight.
All right. And if I can address that, Chairman Singletary.
Yes, sir.
We have worked through this with Attorney Malone, because obviously, wanting to make sure that we're in accordance with policy. Initial share was potential types of positions was why that list is there. And that was my question too, because obviously in a smaller system, but he said you had to at least do some initial potential projections, possible projections, when you're looking at the reduction in force. That on that Prestis document, that is just a draft motion. That's not, and that should be obviously to enact a reduction in force. That they would actually enact the reduction in force policy. No one is being. This does not automatically take someone out of work. That couldn't be done anyway. The things like you were talking about with job performance, those kind of things. That's what we work through in closed session. All that's brought to closed session to review those types of things. And so that's something we could not do in this part in following board counsel. Now, it was still being worked through and finalized and obviously revisions made. That's why it was not there, because obviously we did have some things we had to work through and get clarification on. But again, all we're asking tonight, we're not asking to get rid of anybody's necessary job. We're just, and based on board count, I'll allow our council to chime in tonight if we want to share, is to just allow the administration to work through that process. Again, no one's eliminated tonight. This does not authorize anybody being eliminated. It's just for us to begin the official process as outlined, like you mentioned, things to look at in terms of years of service, all those things that are part of that to come, because anything could, it may be, like you said, it could be that HVAC today. We might find out that might not be the best move. We're working through that. It may be something else. Again, that was just to look at where some things were potentially paid, where potential savings could be. But when we asked, this was how we were guided to go in this direction. And so, again, the draft motion is just to enact the actual policy. We're not approving anybody's position at all tonight in that.
Okay, Dr. Atkinson, it also said, were you going to speak? Go ahead, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off.
When you're ready, I've got draft language for a different motion that might address your concern.
Okay, so and just, okay.
Yep.
So it said that this was going to be a cost saving or projected cost savings of $2.1 million, but based on what was in the writing, it showed that some of these positions were already vacant. And so you're eliminating some of the vacant positions. So would that truly be a $2.1 million savings, because those positions were not, we didn't have any expenditures, and so that the benefits with the salaries and some of those other things,
Well,
we've not paid those out.
I'm sorry, if it was a vacant position, you pay for that for X number of period of time. Again, we can't really use names because we got to go through that process. We're just kind of looking at average, average potential salaries in those areas, or what might would be if some are dictated on a particular scale. And again, that depends on number of years and that kind of thing. And so that's kind of where a projection of the savings could be at. But, and it would be like if it was paid in this budget year. And this also could be anticipated vacancies where someone says, I'm retiring June 15th, June 30, or 7/1. And so those would be, if that's where a potential reduction could be, possibly, then that would be, you would not carry that salary into the new year. So it was looking at potential savings of what would have been paid for looking at a full year versus what would have been in the new year.
Okay.
And that subject change depending upon where, if they do anything with the state, if the state does come out with a budget, hopefully they will, and what that looks like and that kind of impact as well.
I think looking at policy 7920 and also 7921 and seeing those categories of employees, I do see, I'm not sure if they were inadvertently left off or not, but I didn't see any senior administrators listed on there. I've seen some other folks who are boots on the ground, but I've not seen a list of possible senior administrators that may need to be ripped. And then this may also impact their positions as well, because some of these individuals who may serve in leadership roles, they may not have as many individuals to supervise, and so their job description may need to be, and then also their salary adjusted as well. So I didn't see any of the senior administrators.
Number 3, district admin under certified.
It has that doesn't give, well, go ahead.
That could be flexible. It's just saying we're looking at potentially the central office allocation. All of us, you know, for the most part, is position, or it could be a split funded where part of it's in central office, parts in other areas. So, you know, that could be, but that could be any in terms of central office. You know, through some things that we had worked through previously, and you know, obviously there's central office is one of those budget lines they haven't done a lot with in probably 7, 8, 9 years. That's one that historically in the state starts having a small reduction in it along the way. Used to, they funded it in a different format. Because y'all can remember, we know now in our district office, even now, we have folks that sometimes are covering multiple areas already. And, you know, that's, again, the idea is, as we work through this, do everything possible to protect the classroom. And so, and that might end up, and it might, as we work through it, it might end up being 2 district admin, or it might be reassigning of duties, it might be, so it could really go various formats. It could be transfer, it could be reassignment, it could be different, you know, we're gonna move this program here. And so it's not always necessarily a person's gone, or it could be paid in a different way. And so it's I know it's a lot, I promise you, it's been a lot of heartburn, and Attorney Malone even working through, and it's not a popular thing by any means, but we know we got to at least get something. And you all may say, you know what, the heck with it, we're going to keep everything as it is. That could be done. And so, I mean, the board is in full control when it gets to that point, potentially looking at where we could be.
I'm almost done, but
Yes,
just to go back to the district administrator, because that was so vague. I think the other positions are a little more specific, but then that's a little bit vague. So it's not detailing what position that you're looking to eliminate. Again, and you've said this before, and I think Ms. Harrison said this in November during our last meeting, that these are the folks who are here early, who stay late, who give a lot of time and resources to be ensure the district runs smoothly. These folks have made a lot of sacrifices, and they've done a lot of good work. I'm sure that's probably evident in some of the performance evaluations. And to see it reduced down to this, I think it's unfair. I think that it should have been fine-tuned prior to being made public. I don't know how much more I can say, but I think that this information, 1, should have been given to the board sooner, and then 2, the courtesy should have been extended to these folks who are probably on pins and needles, as I would be if I were in a position for a number of years, to be overlooked, overworked, underpaid, and then to see my position here would be a slap in the face. And we said this, so this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, because I've said that if we don't do something as a district to retain our students and to attract students that are left our district, we're going to continue to see this happen over again. Did I not mention at the last board meeting about a reduction in staff? There was no possible discussion. It was the closure of East Arcadia School. I said, if we lose students, we're going to lose money, we're going to lose positions. We need to start looking at things and trying to put things in place before we see this. And I do want to have, as the policy says, various conversations and various avenues, so whenever it's submitted, it's not just these names. We want to figure out how we can, because it talks about various ways, so not 1, not 2. I just don't like, I'm a type of person, whenever somebody comes with a problem, that we have solutions as well. Again, I may be jumping the gun because you said you're going to provide this stuff to us next time, but just the way that it was drafted in the actual motion, it didn't seem that way.
And
Counsel.
if I could address. Go ahead.
So The revised motion that I had drafted reads as follows. I make a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation to move forward with the reduction in force process outlined in policies 7920 and 7921 for certified and classified positions for the 26-27 school year.
That sounds good because you said process, so that's
Right,
good. So it's not
process.
limited.
And that was our.
Okay. That's to me. I don't know if anybody, I'm on one.
And that's the intent, and again, we're following, I've never gone through this particular myself in this role. I've been in districts where it's happened, and so obviously leaned upon council and going through this policy, and we know it is a process. We had to get to this point to kind of look at what and again, that's a tough, that was my question about, obviously as a smaller district, sometimes it may be looking like you're pointing someone particularly out, but it might be where a position's funded, could be moved. Again, Mr. Thomas, go back to your thing about various options. That's what we're talking about, the various types of options. Could this be moved somewhere else? Could it be done some other way? Because, is there a way to, how can we preserve employment in some other, and if that is where our program is?
Mr. Rhoda.
Well, I think you.
Mr. Rhoda, you had a question? Mr. Rhoda?
Yes, you said your projected population is gonna be like 3,700.
Yes, sir.
So how many students do we lose from that?
I think that's around, they're estimating about 100 students. Again, I can get that, I can look that up before we leave tonight. I'll get the actual number.
So how many teachers?
The teaching positions,
I mean, how many teaching positions would you get rid of?
well, right now, we're not looking at doing anything. We can work through our classrooms. We're not, right now, initially, we're not looking at a classroom teacher reduction. The only place we have that's challenging, obviously, is class size with K-3. You don't have any class size restrictions in terms of 4-12. Again, looking at, what potentially is coming open in terms of a vacancy. Is a math teacher retiring? So you look at that, and sometimes that helps take that burden off, and you're not doing anything. But we obviously tried to, when kind of looking initially at some potential possibilities of what, again, you got to kind of think through what you could do. But we haven't gotten deep into that because we're at this place now where we've got to get the process going. And it might be where we say, at that meeting in May, we're going to have a special because we need a little more time. And so there's no necessary rush to get, we just got to get the authorization to start working through this. It may be less. We might, again, we might get more information about some budgetary things that may be different. And so it's just, we got to go navigate through kind of where we are in terms of policy.
Mr. Davis?
Dr. Atkinson, I appreciate you, your comments about, your experience in these type of endeavors. That's very informational. As I look at this, I would say that I have a concern with the way, once again, these positions have been picked out. Policy 7920, and I say you because it was presented here, you're the one that's in charge of this part of information. So these positions have looked to me that they've been already considered to be eliminated. One principal, assistant principal, 4 positions, district administrators, 1 position. It's not where it's outlined to say we're looking at eliminating a certain number of, or certain people. I mean, the names are not there, but the positions have been considered, is what I'm saying. You have identified on this, how many positions in each category you're going to look at eliminating. So we could actually do a rough number of how many people we're gonna actually lose based on what's in front of us. And this is all we have to go on, is what's in front of us. Again, to add to what Mr. Thomas said, getting this kind of information on a Friday and not having the ample time to actually, really dig into it like we need to. This affects people's livelihood, the way of paying bills, their kids, everybody. It touches them in such a magnificent way, and it's troubling because we as a board have to make sure we make the right decisions for all of them. I know they work for you, I understand that, but they work under the hem that we're in control of. And we put you in position to make sure that when you bring this kind of stuff to us, you give us all the information that we need so we can make sure we make an educated decision. I mean, you have identified payroll personnel, accounts personnel. These are not just people you can go out on the street and pick up.
These people have to meet DPI regulations. This, I mean, it's crazy. Not only do they have to have the schooling and education, they also got to meet their guidelines. These ain't people you can just replace. And we got a new finance officer here, and it seems to me that you're gonna put him in sort of a pickle. I mean, I don't know how well he does his job, because he just came here. But based off your recommendation, he comes highly recommended. But at the end of the day, and the proof is in the pudding, until we see it in action, we don't know. But I just think that, once again, this stuff that you're giving us here, it's like you've already gone through each entity and decided how many of those you want to do, how many of each one position you want to eliminate, and what. So I would say that you probably already have a plan as to how you're going to move forward with it. But you need the approval of us to give you the permission to take it to the next step. And I'm not good with that.
Well,
So,
if I can
regardless of
clarify
what the
that,
recommendation
and
is
I know
tonight, I'm not for
I
it.
think we're going in circles here. Let me, again, there's nobody tonight, by any vote that you all vote, is losing a job tonight of any kind at all. You're authorizing administration to enact that process to look at potential options as it relates to that. It could be that it's less, none, whatever. When we were looking initially at trying to look at what we had to maybe look at, maybe trying to do something, it was really looking at where potential overages would be at in budget lines and what kinds of positions may be in that budget line. It's not about a person. There's no plan that's got people's names already on it, so that's not true. And so, we've got to, and again, it's very subject to change.
Well, then I would ask them that.
We're just asking that the board authorize the process. This was put together under the guidance of the board council. We worked through this process, obviously, and again, we're not taking anybody's job tonight. We're just saying, let's work the process. Again, the board is in full control of this.
I understand
When we
that.
go through and have several types of scenarios, bring all that information, performance years. So it's going to be a lot of work on the administration and various folks to pull this together. And like I said, it might be where it needs to go to a special meeting. It may not have it all in time. But we want to go and exhaust every avenue, because obviously in the perfect world, you won't do anything at all. You'd love for a lot of it to resolve itself. But there is no plan with somebody's name on it already. We're just trying to look at where can savings be. Obviously, we got to evaluate. You have some folks say, well, I may retire. Well, have they actually done a retirement? Do we know that position is going to come up? Or is it going to come up? And what do we know? There's a lot of things we've got to go through, and that's the things like Mr. Thomas was talking about, those various scenarios and things that we've got to work through. But again, that would be hashed out in closed session. And again, anything can change. We might get updated information from DPI, county, et cetera, that may paint a different picture. But this is just kind of where we are trying to at least work through the process. And then obviously, again, the board is in full control of that, and if any recommendations would come or any changes on that.
Well, once again, I thank you for that.
Yield to council.
Yeah, I just do want to note for the board that the way this is laid out, this is what was required by your policy. So your policy specifically says that if the superintendent's going to make a recommendation for a reduction in force, that at this initial meeting, he's required to identify the positions that will be subject to the reduction, and that he's required to lay that out for you, categorized by areas of licensure and program responsibility. That's directly from your policy. So the
Okay.
way that you see this outlined here is the superintendent implementing the policy as it's written.
Okay, but it says the areas, according to the policy, it says the areas in which he's considering the reductions.
Consider which
But
is
it does not say the number. Nowhere, let me finish.
I haven't said
It doesn't
anything.
say anything about how many in each category. It looks as if that part has already been done, is the point that I'm making. It looks like those areas that you've gone through and done what the policy says in that area. But then you've actually looked at how many positions you're looking at eliminating.
That the
So,
number is
so
guided by
let me
the
finish,
budget.
let me finish. So with that being said, it seems as if the cart is being put before the horse. We've received the information, but we have not received enough of the information to make an educated decision and a valid decision, I think, in my opinion, to approve going forward with it. Give us a little bit more meat, and then we would understand.
Well, I
The
think
meat comes in closed session.
closed session, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
And
So
it won't
then
be
we- so
tonight.
then-
That will
thank
not
you.
be- that
So-
will not
so-
be
so-
tonight.
So that would mean that we need to table this motion until the next meeting, so we can get that meat in closed session, and then we can come back and do what we need.
Well,
If I can I'm sorry.
he's not gonna, we can't table it because he's gonna give us that information in the next closed session. So this is just an estimated vision of what we're looking at here. Obviously, positions and names will be provided when we go through the closed
And y'all-
session, in May, is that correct?
And y'all are just authorizing us to go through the process. And again, this is all subject change. This is just initial looking at potential budget lines, where positions potentially may lay, what that amount of positions potentially could be. Doesn't mean that is it. That was what we're required to do again. This was not thought up on Wednesday night, put in your packet on Friday. It's been worked through. It wasn't ready to give to, again, the email that come out Wednesday says draft attachments that are ready for now. And this, again, this was not saying if it was gonna be actual people, you wouldn't have got that tonight to do, that, we gotta go through that process. But y'all got to authorize myself and the administrative team to work through the process. These titles may change. And again, that was just because we had to do an initial look at budget lines where positions potentially positions lie, and that can change. Again, we got flexibility. Again, the board is in full control of that. We're just asking you to allow us to go through it. It might say, we've gone through it. I don't see how we're going to be able to do it. We say just, we pray and hope for the best. That might be the answer. It might not be. But that more detail, because we're going to be talking about personnel. We're going to be talking about evaluations. We're going to be talking about contracts and things like that. That has to take place in closed. And that, again, we might come together next regular meeting and we talk through it and we're not ready. We may say we need more time. And so again, there's no time barrier on that. We just got to get authorization to the process.
Mr. Bent?
I think we've heard about every possibility.
Get your mic there, sir.
I think we've heard about every possibility that's humanly possible several times. So I'm calling for a question.
We got a call to question. Call to question requires 2/3 vote. Motion to stop debate and move forward with the current motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
We don't know what the number is on that. Can we get that a little bit more clarified, as I've asked before?
Yeah, we can go back, raise of hands.
Yeah.
All right.
Or
All those
just
in
going
favor
down-
by
going down the list.
all those in favor, moving forward by raising your right hand. All opposed? 6-2. Motion carries. So, right, so, do we need to use?
There was initially a motion and a second, and then, so we would need a motion to amend that motion to revise it to the language, if that's the pleasure of the board.
Yeah, we're gonna get a, motion on the floor to amend the first motion to, add the correct language. We got a second. Any discussion?
Like we should have done that first.
We go, so let's read, yep.
Seems like we should have done that first.
The motion as amended would read, I make a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation to move forward with the reduction in force process outlined in policy 7920 and 7921 for certified and classified positions for the 26-27 school year.
Okay. All those in favor of that motion amendment? Signify by saying aye. We got a motion and we got a second. Mr. Bent? Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by raising your right hand? All opposed? Motion carries.
And I apologize, I know it seems redundant, but that was the vote on the motion to amend. So now we actually need to vote
Have to-
on the
on the
actual
actual-
motion now.
We had a motion, then we had to amend the motion, and now we're actually gonna vote on the motion. So, we get a motion on the floor to approve the amended
Motion.
motion, 9.1. I got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by raising your right hand. All opposed? Motion carried.
What do we just vote on? I just want to be sure.
So you voted on the amendment, so you had a motion on the floor. Then
There
you
was
had
an
the-
original motion, then
If
a
you'll
motion.
explain, just to make sure everybody understands,
That's
because I think
okay.
we're all confused at this point. I
There
just
was
wanna be
there was an original motion, and then there was
Right.
a motion to amend, so that had to be voted on. And then
Right.
once that was approved, then you had to vote on the amended motion to pass
And the amended motion is the language.
that I read.
Action item 9.2, proposed changes to board policy 2330, board agenda. That will be me. There's been a lot of discussion about making these meetings more efficient. Obviously, we've seen some long times and long days. So asking the board, after reviewing the policy here, in order to facilitate a productive and orderly meeting, board members are expected to have reviewed the board agenda and materials prior to the beginning of each meeting. Board members are encouraged to ask questions in advance of the meeting in writing to the superintendent, who will then provide answers and updates by return message to all board members. As it relates to questions and discussions during the board meetings, the board chair will recognize the members who wish to speak upon each agenda item. Each individual board member will have a maximum of 3 minutes per agenda item total to ask questions or provide feedback. The timer will continue to run while responses are being provided to any question raised. Once time has expired, the board chair will call upon the board member waiting to speak. The board members cannot donate or yield any unused time to another board member. So I'm asking the board to approve this improvement in order to make our meetings more efficient and more timely in a business setting. I have a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Rhoda?
I don't think we need to put a time limit on anything. I think we just need to be respectful for each other. And then we wouldn't have these long meetings. I know a couple of times that I need to discuss something more. For instance, that leader in me thing, I should have been discussing that all night, because we spent $800,000 just to get a program that is not working. That program is not working. It's not changing anything. And we should have been talking about that half the night. Yeah, but instead, I was disrespected not to talk anymore. And I just think we need to be more respectful when we're in these meetings, and then we wouldn't have to set time limits on each other. Just be respectful to each other. That includes me, Chairman, and everybody else. Because some things need to be talked about more than others.
Ms. Thomas?
Okay. I'll say that I think a 3-minute time limit, as we're making key decisions, these are important decisions that we're making. Just a few moments ago, we discussed a reduction in the workforce and reduction in staff. That requires more than a 3-minute conversation when you're talking about years of service for key individuals that service students and service support for our district. I think that the time constraint, I think we're confusing. You said to make meetings efficient. I think we're confusing efficient with shorter. I think that is the goal, is to make the meeting shorter. But there are some things that we need to discuss and that we need to hash out in order for us to make well-informed decisions. As it states in the actual, the policy draft that you submitted, you said that we'd be given 3 minutes and the clock will continue to run as questions are being answered and feedback is provided. There may be one question, and Dr. Atkinson, please don't take offense to this because I'm the same way. We both had the gift of gab. and we know, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I could ask you one question, and you could take my 3 minutes, and I'll not get anywhere with that, and I could do it as well. I think that whenever we have folks that are actually a part of the citizens' participation, I just use you, not to single you out, but we can talk. And I hope you don't take offense to that. But with citizen participation, those individuals are given 3 minutes as well. However, if they're clarifying questions, we have the autonomy to ask those questions afterwards. And we've seen some individuals who had 3 minutes who actually were standing at the podium for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I think looking at that with consideration, we're giving citizen participation more time than we're giving board members. We're asked, I think it has in there for us, there has to be, in order for this to work, there has to be leeway on both ends. When we look at this, it says that, I can't read it that far, but it was saying something in regards to that we need to email the superintendent our questions prior to, where is it? Board members are encouraged to ask questions in advance of the meeting in writing to the superintendent, who will then provide answers and updates by return message to all board members. Now, if we receive the actual final agenda on Friday afternoon, are we really going to get responses in order for us to make a decision on Monday afternoon and Monday evening? That's not a sufficient amount of time for us to go in and dissect that stuff and then to send it to the superintendent. There's not enough time for him to respond, because now you have 9 individuals who may be submitting questions to you. So I think that's unfair to the board members. It's also equally unfair to the superintendent that he has to answer all these questions in detail. And your emails are drafted much like mine. They're pretty lengthy, and I understand why. But the thing is, we're doing a disservice. There are certain conversations that require a little bit more time, a little more thought. Closing the school, 3-minute conversation per board members, that's absolutely ridiculous. It's absurd to believe that we can discuss closing the school with a 3-minute conversation. For us to discuss personnel things that we've saw with the RIF in 3 minutes, and to ask questions, and to be sure that we feel good about the decisions that we're making. I understand the intent is to have shorter meetings. We could say efficient, but it's not going to be efficient because we're going to make decisions with limited information, or there's a possibility that we won't have time to go and dissect things. That's why we ask questions, is because we don't have the full thing prior to. With the, substitute school, we saw the presentation that they sent to us, but then to know what they were talking about and some of those other things, how do we know who to ask questions to? But how do we, and those are things that we needed to know. They did a very good presentation, but we still had, just reading the document alone, it didn't answer the questions, so we had to ask those questions. And I think that we're going to pass some things. We're going to do a bigger disservice than a service. So we're going to take a step backwards by actually implementing this. I do want to agree, make no mistake about it, we do get lengthy. We are lengthy in these board meetings. In our last board meeting, we left around 11:45.
Ain't been the first time.
But it was a lot of benefit, and it was necessary. And I want to reiterate to all the board members who are saying, we are paid. We're not doing this, and folks say I'm doing it from my heart, and we're doing it from the heart because we're not paid enough. But we are paid to do this, and if we have to stay here till 12 o'clock to iron out the kinks, then that's just what it is. We're given a monthly stipend, and to shortchange our students, to shortchange our staff, to say that we want to leave at 9 o'clock or we want to be out of here in just a few minutes, I think we're looking at time and not necessarily the problems. That's my take on it. I think 3 minutes is, hopefully we won't use the 3 minutes. I'm going to work on that to see if I can condense some of the things down that I say, but I want to be sure that my voice is heard and that I'm advocating for our students and our staff as well.
Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I would like to just add to what Mr. Thomas has said. The meetings have been lengthy, and I totally understand that. But some things just need more attention than others. One thing I will say, as we're looking at the agenda again tonight, maybe one of the ways we can shorten the time in here is to look at some other options, as we're doing on the last item that we just discussed, maybe having 2 board meetings in a month. Looked at the total process for that, and I haven't talked to any other board members to see how they feel about it. Maybe it might not fit into their timeline, but several counties do that. They have so much that they need to cover because their district is so big that they have 2 meetings a month. The another thing is stop putting so much on the agenda. I think we got 3 pages here. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, but if you're gonna put it on here, then we're required to cover it. And we're also required, as Mr. Thomas has already stated, we're required to give it all of the attention that it deserves. We can't come here and make decisions in the click of a finger that's gonna cost the district millions of dollars. We need to discuss those things, and we need to get everybody on the same sheet of music, or at least get the information provided to them that they need so they can make an educated decision. So maybe those something, but the 3 minutes is not gonna work. Because as he's also stated, as we ask a question, it might take us a minute and a half to ask the question, and what we're gonna do, tell the person at the podium that's giving us the presentation, ma'am, you got a minute and a half to answer my question. And that's not enough time to give them, because you already stated that the time of the 3 minutes is included in their response. So then if there's an answer that they give us that brings about another question, we don't have the time allotted to do that. So the 3 minutes is not gonna work. I get where you're going. I know you're trying to cut it and everything. I'm for that 100%, but it's the right way to do it. It's the right way to do it, and that's not the right way to do it. That's not the right way to do it. When do you censor a board member on his concerns? That's never right.
Okay, so Chair, go ahead,
Mr. Rhoda.
We grown men here. We can make a gentleman's agreement, you know, to be more respectful. We can do that. And I'm willing to do it. Yeah, we can do that where we can shorten the meetings up where, you know, we can, most of our time is arguing with each other. Yeah, that's what we do, sitting up in here arguing with each other. But that's personal stuff we got going on. But we can agree to shorten it up without putting paper on it and stuff.
My point in that is, like the spotlights and recognition that we did tonight, it was very lengthy. We spent over an hour in just in spotlights and recognition. And we hadn't got to anything that we needed to rediscuss as a board. We were just giving recognition to them. But we don't never want to stop doing that, because they earned that. They earn that recognition, and they expect to get it from us. We need to show them that we appreciate them, not only the students, but the employees as well. Because some of them give more than others. We have those people that stay an extra hour, 2 hours a day, maybe a week, whatever it may be, but they give it to us with the right mindset. And that mindset is to give everything that they can to make sure that we get done what we need to get done. And that's why we do the spotlights and recognition. But then, if you just use tonight's agenda as an example, before we even got to the meat of what we need to discuss, we had done spent almost 2 hours here. So it is what it is. Either you short the length of what's on the agenda, maybe 7, no more than 10 items at the most, or you consider going a different route, doing 2 meetings. And I, for one, to tell you, again, to what Mr. Thompson said, and you need to look at the money, because I'm telling you right now, we ain't getting paid nowhere near enough to do what we're doing.
Chairman,
So-
if I may add.
Yes, sir.
When we're looking at the way that it's written, I would ask a couple of things. One is to reevaluate what to eliminate this altogether and just take into consideration what Mr. Rhoda has said as far as being gentlemen. We also may want to explore starting meetings at 5:30. If we have to leave work a little bit earlier to get here, I don't know if that works for everyone, to begin those meetings at 5:30, or we could begin the student highlights we can go through some of our preliminary stuff. We'll have the student highlight at, 6 o'clock, or we can have the student highlights or the recognitions at 5:30, then we start a meeting officially at 6 o'clock. Just some of those things, just to help if time is an issue, because I really don't believe that it's efficiency. That's the issue. And then last is to consider the time, because 3 minutes to speak is a very short window of time. But to add answers to questions, what we can do is we can control our thought processes, but we have no control over another person's response.
Right.
And how they answer a question to us. And so we may have 2 questions, they may only answer 1, and then the 3 minutes is up. I think that's unfair to do that. So there are a couple of things I would like to consider. As I've said, one is that we eliminate all of this altogether. Two is that we have a different start time for our meetings. Or three, that we look at the 3-minute window, that we either take away, add additional time to that, or we take away the question and answer, the answers to question piece of it. Because if you ask me a question, Chairman, I'm gonna take your 3 minutes up doing that, and it's not answering your question, and I can add a lot of fluff.
Right.
And then not have any significance, so I just don't think that that's realistic to get the answers that we need to make those decisions, to be impactful.
So we've got a motion on the floor and had discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Mr. Steve?
can we modify the motion to not include the response time? In other words, we only limit board members' time to 3 minutes, and we don't include the response time in that. And also, I just want to say, I'm not opposed to meeting twice a month. That's all I have.
Any other discussion on that?
Twice a month? Okay, so I think that's been said twice. I don't have an objection to doing that. That's what we signed up for when we were at the polls. We were asking folks for their votes, and we're going to represent them. Again, we are compensated for the time that we are here, and there's a lot of work that we do outside of the boardroom. I think a lot of folks have that misconstrued. There's a lot of work that we do as board members and putting ideas and thoughts and things of that sort together. So I don't want to have that rushed. Otherwise, we're going to make some decisions, I think, that are rushed decisions, and then we'll see the consequences down the road.
So,
And then the other thing, if I may add to him, Mr. Secretary, the other thing is also, if we make rush decisions, we got 1 month to work through everything that we gotta work before we have to come back to each other again. Sometimes that's not really enough time. It's not, we could probably get more done and be more effective if we did the 2 meetings a month. I know a lot of people may have an issue with that, but there again, I think it's what we needed. It's one of the options we need to consider to make sure that we're doing the due justice that we need to do, not only for the district, but for our kids. As I said it, and I continue to say it, it's all about them. If you take them out of the picture, out of the equation, you're wrong. You're wrong. It is what it is. So I just think that we can either, once again, look at another timeline, because 3 minutes ain't gonna cut it. We just heard Dr. Atkinson. I'm not picking on you. I'm not. But he's very good about going in length about explaining what his purpose of and what he's doing. So, with that being said, if we asked him a question, how would we ever get a chance to respond to him? And what if our question wasn't answered? We would have nothing but a question and a response. But we wouldn't have what we need to make a decision. So either we look at not having as much on the agenda, shorten the agenda. If you shorten the agenda, ain't nothing to talk about, because the agenda's done. If you don't, or either look at the 2 meetings, or maybe extending the time to maybe 10 minutes. I don't know. I'm just throwing out some options. Let the board decide.
You have these recognitions. I don't think they do them for about 4 months or 4 or 5 months. There's nobody to come in and during the summer to do that. I don't think so.
Now, we do recognitions every month.
Yeah, but
We do them every month. It just depends on.
Mr.
Yeah, not during the summer, we don't.
Mr. Edwards?
I agree with, I think the board in general, the meetings have went too long. I'm not a big fan of the second meeting per month. I think we should be able to handle business once per month. I don't think if you have the information, I think the board attorney should speak for us. You can table item, correct? Absolutely.
But then that makes.
You have the option to table it.
But that makes the next
If
meeting
you're
longer.
talking about, I do agree, give me my time, please. I do agree that maybe a person does, need to get 3 minutes to speak. And if you're talking about 10 minutes, that's 9 people, that's 90 minutes you could tie up in one section. I'm fine with the 3 minutes I would not be a fan of the second meeting per month.
Well, Mr. Evans, some people come in here and don't say anything for 3 meetings, you know. There may be 3 or 4 people that come in here and do that. They just sit here, you know.
That, I do want to, if
So-
I may, just to add to that point, Mr. Edwards, I could not hear, you said to amend, but there was no amendment that was stated
It
to
didn't say
adjust.
amend.
You said something, or change or something? I couldn't hear.
I said, I wouldn't mind to amend it where each individual would have 3 minutes of speaking time.
And to eliminate the answers to questions in that time?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I'm fine with that, but I think if we get to 10 minutes per topic, I think we'll be as bad or in worse shape than what we are.
You know, and I think if we had something in there, some literature, some right wording, if it was, of course, well, call meeting would be in closed session, but if it's something of sensitive nature, such as a school closure, or if it's reduction in staff, those may be extended beyond the 3 minutes because those are sensitive topics, possibly. But it brings in the question, I think that whenever folks are talking about the efficiency of meetings, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but just as well as folks say that there are a lot of questions that are asked and there's a lot of time, I can't fathom making a decision and remaining silent through an entire meeting and not asking one question without having the information I need to make a decision. I don't know if folks are getting information prior to, and that's why they don't ask questions, but something is just, it just doesn't add up right to me.
And if I can,
Yes, sir.
I'm hearing several different things, and I've obviously, you look at other systems and things they do. We can look at, I think I've heard to meeting, I've heard a different start time, could be even a different day. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility. I'm willing from the administrative side to explore what some of the folks are doing, if that's something the board's interested in kind of maybe evaluating as a possibility. Just whatever you direct us to do on that, but, I have seen, just generally, I've seen some different types of, some have come in, and they open up, they go to closed session first, and they say, our hard stop is like 6 o'clock, and we're gonna have our spot, and so there's various options you can work through, and even potentially, like I said, I've heard also, if you had a time, and then it stops for, it might be a way to marry some of those things, but I'm happy to do any kind of study that the board would want us to do, of other systems and things, just to kind of see what the folks are doing, what kind of models they have, if you would all want us to do that.
So let's,
Dr.
so,
Atkinson, if you have before, you said the closed session at the beginning, I think I was kind of alluding to it, I said do our preliminary
I
stuff.
have, yes, sir,
but
I've seen,
I've seen that before.
yeah.
So I think that may, with the staff having to stay, and then we go into closed session, then that would limit our closed session.
Well,
let me
you
scratch that.
could, the board, I've seen this, and I was on somebody's, because they asked me to listen to something they were kind of looking at. And they actually had, that particular night, they had 2 closed sessions. They did, I guess, part of something at the beginning, and then I think there was something that later came up. They had to go back in the closed session. I think it might have been something dealing with the attorney about reviewing, and then come back out and vote on that matter separately. They did like the personnel first, and then they came back and did something else. So the board's not limited to one closed session either. And so that's, I'll also go back to just, but I'm willing to do whatever you all, in terms of studying some other things and share some findings on that from other systems. If the board's interested in maybe looking at that, potential options, I will do whatever we do, kind of help you all, whatever we need to do.
so this time, we need to vote to either go with what we got, or vote with what we got, or we vote it down, or table, right? Is that
You got, well, with it being a potential policy recommendation, it's got to go on the table unless the board votes to take it on the first reading, is that right?
Right.
Yeah.
I make a motion to table it.
That's the,
So we got a motion and a second to table. And bring it back to the next meeting for the recommendation.
Yes.
Any discussion?
I just
I
think.
think discussion's already been
We need to
had.
be more respectful to each other.
I think
I
discussion's already been had.
that's our problem.
Chairman Singletary, and as a part of that, with the board, if it's your desire me to do some study of other things and bring that to share with the board as a part of this, that's something y'all want to include.
Yes, sir.
Direct me to do that, I'll be glad to do that.
Yes, sir. Mr. Russ.
I think we just need to have some decorum. I notice a lot of times on Mondays, man, we just get in here and you say what you got to say, and then somebody else said, then you want to go back, and you're not recognized, you just start talking. And I just think we just need to eliminate that. You talk, you get what you got to say, let them answer the question. When you're done, that's it. If it takes you 10 minutes, 15 minutes to talk, it is what it is. But we just going back and forth and being redundant, that's got to stop. Read your agenda, know what's on the agenda. That way we're not talking about what's on the agenda. You're just reiterating what we're already talking about. So talk, next guy answers, and then just go from there. There's got to be decorum. There's none of that in here.
I think, just to go on with it, I think I do
Mr.
agree with some
Thomas.
of what you, I do agree with some of what you said, but I think that's subjective. I think there's some folks that have been mentioned of some folks being very tactful, very professional, and that has been subjective. In my view, it has been very rude, and I think we do need to have decorum. And I've mentioned before about having a board retreat for us to have training, so that way we'll have relationship with each other, and then just move forward together. I think setting these set of rules may be a little bit more restrictive in nature as it pertains to the work that we're looking to accomplish. I think that we also need to have, as you said, we wait until the board chair, and I just did that a second ago, wait until the board chair recognizes the person, because we do talk over each other, and it's because we can't see each other in the way that we did before. When we were in a U shape, now, and whenever I'm either leaning back, and it makes it seem as if I'm relaxing, but I'm trying to see who's down there talking. And these microphones, I will say, these things are not the quality that I thought that they were, because I cannot always hear individuals. There have been complaints from folks who view it from home. They can't hear us, but we can't hear each other. And so I think that adds to us talking over each other. So if you tell us, like you've done tonight, you call the person's name, and then we'll respond. That'll help tie things together, and we're not just.
Thank you, sir. So we got a motion on the floor to table, and discussion has been had. Give Dr. Atkinson the ability to look at other avenues for our board meetings. All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. 9.3, resolution to county commissioners, East Arcadia School property. Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman, Secretary, and board members. As it relates to the East Arcadia property, much like we had to do with the Plainview property, as the school will be closing, obviously the statute requires that, obviously the board has that declaration in terms of the property. It has to go to the Bladen County Commissioners first and foremost they have the first right of refusal. And if they refuse that, it comes back to the school system to explore avenues, which could be selling at fair market value, et cetera, things like that. And so we had to do a resolution to the county commissioners declaring it surplus, no longer purposeful for school use. And I think we got the date of 6/15, so school will be out at that point. And then that's conveyed to the county commissioners, who will then make their decision if they want to potentially look at acquiring it as the commissioner board, whether that be to acquire it, give it to the community, do whatever they want to, or they refuse that. But we're requesting approval so we can move that process forward, because we're going to have to do that. It's got to go to them next. And so this resolution is exactly as the one was for Plainview. And that's, again, to follow the statute, just to offer that to the county commissioners first and foremost.
Can I get a motion on the floor to approve the resolution regarding the EAS property, declaring it surplus property and offering it to the Bladen County Commissioners as required by law?
So a motion to approve 9.3.
I got a second as well. Any discussion?
Second.
All those in favor by signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries. 9.4, student attendance zone modification, Heartland School of Discovery, grades 4, Mr. Tim Goss and Mr. Paul McMichael.
Mr. Goss and Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, step in. Okay. Y'all come on. As they're coming, I'll just kind of preface a moment. They have the map attendance on. We had shared previously about looking at students. There are students in the Clarkton attendance area that are presently attending Bladenboro Primary School and Elizabethtown Primary School. We do also know there's some crowding issues at both of those schools as well in terms of space. What we find is this was typically the previous Booker T. Washington attendance area when there was the elementary school there. And so we'll have our transportation folks kind of talk through what that looks like in terms of reassigning those students back to Clarkton School of Discovery, which would be in the community in which they reside. And so, gentlemen, if y'all can kind of share, walk through this map. And
What we'll be doing is doing pre-K through 8.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
He's just got squat line.
What we'll be doing is pre-K through 8, and it'll be mocking the Clarkton School Discovery boundary now. So it'll be taking in part of Elizabethtown primary boundary and part of Bladenboro primary boundary, where they're going now. And it was the old Booker T. Washington boundary. So, I mean, have y'all got any questions about it, or? Okay.
this will describe the boundary.
The one in the green, that is the Clarkton School Discovery.
That's where you're pulling kids from now to go to that school?
Yes, everything in the double shaded, that is the Elizabethtown Primary District. That will be going into Clarkton.
You mean here?
Yes.
Yes, the blue and the green will be coming from Elizabethtown into the Clark.
So what would the students from Elizabethtown would be going, reassigned to Clarkton?
Be going back to
That
Clarkton.
live in Elizabethtown?
No, that's actually the Lisbon area.
Okay, gotcha. How many?
Mm.
In the last, I think what you're saying is the last time that you guys did this, you had to move kids from Clarkton area and brought them to E-Town Middle. Now they're going back to that E-Town Middle.
Well, we moved the ones from the primary
Yeah.
that was going to Booker T. Washington. We moved them up to Elizabethtown. And the ones that were below 211, they went to East Arcadia. That's what made East Arcadia District so big. So we're putting them back. They'll all be going back to Clarkton.
That's gonna help the overcrowding as well.
Yeah, that'll probably make Clarkton like a 300 school.
Yeah. And the double, the green that overlap in the Bladenboro.
That's the Bladenboro District. That will be going to Clarkton.
This area here.
Correct.
That's actually Clarkton City right there. That's Clarkton School Discovery, that dark spot in the middle of that.
Yeah. Right there?
Yes, right there.
I got one question. How much is that gonna reduce Bladenboro primary and E-Town primary?
I can share that for you, Mr. I'm actually pulling it up now. We're just worked through. Let me get the original allocation real fast.
Let me step on this side.
Okay, that's fine. I won't see it.
All right, let me pull this up real quick.
There's about 83 students from E-Town Primary School
That's going back to Clarkton.
going back to Clarkton.
Yeah, so
All of those originally lived in the Clarkton?
They were, yes, the Lisbon area.
That's what I read in your.
You know, Lisbon Road, Voss Road, McCoy Road, all that will be going back to Clarkton, the
Right.
primary.
Right, so I think what we were mentioning before, in a minute, be a question for you, is more so for Dr. Atkinson. When we're talking about this, I think we're going to be 75 students from Elizabethtown Primary, but now you're saying 80-some, but it's still within the
Well,
same.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
still
don't
within the
have them
same.
right in front
Yeah,
of
so
me.
it's fine. But the thing is that now we have students with Booker T. Washington. They were reassigned to Elizabethtown Primary. Now they're going to be reassigned to Clarkton School Discover. So have we thought about how that would impact the students in their learning process? Because now they've been moved one time from the original school because of the closure to another school. They develop relationships. Will the parents be given the autonomy to allow their students to stay at that school until they're at the age to transition to a middle school over at Clarkton?
What we're looking at now, Ms. Brown, that was that 2017 or 18 years?
Most of them kids are already.
Yeah, those students will be gone, because Booker T closed in 2017.
That's a long time ago.
Booker T closed in 2017, so those students would have aged out already. And so what's happening is really, essentially, these students are getting back into their community area school, and that is going to help the overcrowding, because Bladenboro Primary and Elliston Primary are out of space. You know, we've been trying to get that additional with the capital needs. It will help, I think, for families, too. They'll be even closer to home for their school, because, you know, even if a parent's driving them, they choose driving, they're having to drive them to Bladenboro, but now they can be right there in that area. And so that was kind of the recommendation, is to approve that attendance zone change to return them back. We'd obviously send letters to all those families affected. You know, if you were looking at like a high school in a senior year, you'd say you provide some kind of provision for them to stay. But any students that were affected by that move of Booker T, they're no longer in it. They're already moved on to middle school, so it wouldn't make a change in that. Obviously, anyone could apply under the transfer policy if there was a bona fide reason to stay at Bladenboro. This town might be what the parent works in there. We'd always have to go through the normal process that we do for every other school. So that would still be in place. A lot of this works more toward bus transportation versus, you know, someone requests for reassignment through the transfer policy.
I noticed when you said there were a lot of head noddings, and that would be remiss if I didn't say it, as far as the students being in their community where they were, parents could drop them off. None of those discussions for some of the head nodders were not made mention when we were talking about the closure of East Arcadia.
Also, just to make sure I'm correct.
Mr. Davis.
You said, thank you, sir. You said just to get clarification, 85 students are gonna move from Easttown Middle School or Easttown Primary?
Elizabethtown Primary School.
Elizabethtown Primary.
Middle school districts are like they are. I mean, they're already separated, like they were.
So we don't have any moving from the, okay, good, yeah. I
It's
got
just
you now.
elementary.
Yeah,
Just elementary.
I understand, I get you. So, 85 students, how many are moving from Bladen Lakes?
Nobody from Bladenboro.
None.
None from Bladen.
We're talking about Bladenboro.
I mean Bladenboro.
Bladenboro,
If you'll give me a second, let me get this up.
I said Bladen,
I'm
Lakes, I meant Bladenboro.
I'm
Thank
not
you, Andrew.
sure, how many,
I'm getting, if y'all give me 1 second, let me get these
13,
two
I
separate
don't have
files.
that around, but I'll get that back to you though.
okay. That's not a bad number. My last question is, how many parents have asked, because some of these would mean that their kids are gonna be out of district, so we wanna make sure, how many of those situations do we have? Maybe Ms. Brown can answer that question better for.
Any yet. No one has requested a transfer to stay now.
So,
No one has, and we have it out there, it's time for them to do it, but they have
Yeah, I
not.
would say
No
so.
one has-
Yeah, the request window.
Nobody's requested,
We have no
so we don't
request.
have anybody that's gonna be out of district?
We
Nobody?
have no request at this time from out of district yet,
Okay,
but they have until June 30th to make their request.
until June 30th, okay.
Right.
That was-
And
that
if
was
they
what I
were
was looking for. 'Cause
approved
I
to
know
go
parents-
out of the
parents
attendance
will
zone.
say, my kid wants to stay there, and they'll,
It'll
Yeah.
actually be moving them closer to the school.
yeah.
So this is one of those opposite things that will actually fix that. But one thing, too, is that on that, if they ask to go out of district, they have to provide their own transportation. It would have to meet one of those qualifying factors that Ms. Brown would evaluate in accordance to the policy. So if someone applied for that, it would not be us taking them there, because that we're putting the buses in a attendance zone back at Clarkson, so that it will be, parent have to provide transportation if they want to go outside of that.
Okay, one last question. if I
Mr.
may.
Davis.
Those buses that were at East Arcadia School, what are we doing with those now?
We will be incorporating them into Clarkton.
In the Clark, okay.
And we're gonna actually put a new bus going to East Arcadia.
on swivel, you know what I mean? Trying to
Okay,
figure it
okay.
out.
So those buses that were at East Arcadia will be incorporated back in Clarkton to help get those students, okay. All right,
Yes, sir.
all right, that's all I have.
So we're requesting approval of the attendance zone modification, and upon the board's approval of that, we would issue letters to those students who are on on those buses and notify them they'd be assigned to Clarkton School Discovery for the 26-27 school year.
So can we get a motion on the floor to approve the student attendance zone modification for K-4 students returned from Bladenboro and Elizabethtown Primary Schools to Clarkton School of Discovery?
So move.
I got a second. Any more discussion?
Yeah, just want to say, I want to make sure I have the names right. Mr. Goss, Mr. Carmichael, great work on putting that together. I would have no idea where those cities were on that thing, so that shows your expertise and your commitment to doing this. So thank you all.
All those in favor by signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries. Action item 9.5, modification of board policy 3525. Dr. Atkins.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. With the 3525, this was tabled last month to add language specific to the procurement card to the credit card policy. And so that is just, it's on the table. It would have to come off the table for consideration. There's been no change in that language. Also, the supporting materials that are provided there, if we do move forward with a program, again, this is just to have the policy in place, should we choose to. Those items there were shared by board council, used in a previous district to outline some of that guidance that will be part of the procedures. But we're actually voting tonight on just to include the language, should we decide, and again, in doing that, the board would have to approve a procurement card to be in process at that point. So we're not asking to take out procurement cards, we're just asking that it be in the policy. And should the administration work with you all and decide to go that route, we'd have to come back to the board to enact a procurement card policy. To enact a procurement card program, because it has to be approved by the board. And then we would go through that process. But this is just to have the language in our policy.
Mr. Thomas.
Don't we make a motion?
Well, I mean, let's get the motion and then we can do the discussion.
Okay, gotcha, perfect.
So, first thing we gotta do is, get a motion on the floor to remove policy 3525 off the table for consideration for tonight.
I make a motion that we remove policy 3525 off the table for consideration tonight.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. We need to make a motion to approve the updated version of policy 3525 and support materials.
I make a motion that we approve the updated version of policy 3525 and supporting materials.
Second. I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Modification of board policy 2230. Dr. Atkins.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. As last month, this also is on the table. This was just a clerical change to rename the committees to be more specific and not wordy. And so that's changing what's now facilities, transportation, safety, security, and cafeteria to auxiliary services. Student services committee would replace student services / exception children / programs. And then curriculum become academic services, and that's just to, again, clerical change, just to change the actual names of the committees, and we're just recommending that you all take this off the table and then subsequently approve the policy modification just with renaming of the committees.
Can I get a motion on the floor to remove policy 2230 off the table for consideration tonight?
I make a motion that we remove policy 2230 off the table for consideration tonight.
Second.
I have a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion on the floor to approve the updated version of policy 2230.
I make a motion to approve the updated version of policy 2230.
Second.
I got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. 9.7, HVAC projects at Bladenboro Middle and Clarkton School of Discovery. Mr. Benny Lena.
Good afternoon, Chairman Secretary, Chairman of the board.
Afternoon, Mr. Lynn.
I got the next two lines will be mine, I guess, while I'm up here.
Yes, sir.
The first one is the HVAC projects for Blamer Middle and Clockton Middle, air conditioners in the gym. I think Dr. Axon submitted, we have your 3 quotes, with various prices on them. I don't know if y'all caught it, the lowest bid, there is a discrepancy, which he's saying he can back it and guarantee it. The first 2 quotes from Smith's and Moore's are 2 15-ton units. The cheapest one through Odyssey is 2 10-ton units. But he said it hold. They all ran their own calculations, but I got 2 saying we need 2 15s, and 1 saying he can do it with 2 10s.
What's the difference in the cost?
This one is $159,000 at Clarkton, and with Smith's, it would be $181. So that's the difference. But you're losing 10 tons.
Yeah, that's right.
So, but he said he can back it. He gives the same warranty these guys give, that it will cool it. All of them give a standard 5-year on parts and 1-year labor. Smith gives the same thing, but for an additional $1,800, they can give you 5 years on parts and labor.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
Okay.
he says he's guaranteeing that the 10-ton will work. What does that guarantee look like? In other words, if he installs it and we pay him that money, then 10 tons isn't adequate and everyone's complaining that it's hot.
Well, he's saying, if we go with him, I can call him back, but he's saying that he can guarantee it. If it don't, he's gonna have to replace it. He's gonna have to get it where it cools.
I think the point I would say is if you got 2 vendors that's quoted 15 tons and you got one guy over here sitting with a 10, then we're not gonna get, we've already got enough equipment in these buildings that's not providing what we need. So if we go with a 10, these gyms are old, insulated, uninsulated, this and that, the windows, this and that, everything's gonna run a lot. And eventually I feel like we're gonna be out there repairing them more than we're gonna be and replacing them. So, I would go with I think Smith's, if you look at the lowest bid on the 15 ton, I think they had the lowest bid there. If you look at the guy from Virginia, he was at 225. Or 225,000. So, if we're gonna put stuff in these schools to make it work, so we got longevity out of equipment, and the other thing, Smith Refrigeration is 25 minutes down the road, so it'd be easy to get somebody here to take a look at what we're working on. I just feel like the guys, he wants to jump in the boat with a 10 ton, and then the next thing we know, in 2 years or 3 years, yeah, he might have to replace it. But again, what happens in the next 2 to 3 years when the warranty goes out on it? Is he gonna give us a warranty on that other 5? So, I would much prefer, my suggestion would be to go with Smith's at the 15 ton and have somebody we can call to get here to fix it, support us with the fixture and that type of thing. That includes the atrium as well at Bladenburg Middle.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
The base bid on that one was, I think, 46,000.
Yeah.
And that's the atrium part in the front of Bladenburg. Their unit is gone, is burnt out.
Mr. Thomas?
All right, so prior to Mr. Pittman, who was the expert, I would say, with the credentials for HVAC, what was his recommendation prior to leaving? Because he knows we can talk about things that are good, but if he was the expert and he worked with commercial HVAC systems, what was his recommendation before his departure?
He didn't really give me one. He just helped me. We called these companies. We met them. They did a walkthrough. We let them do their own calculations.
So, but he didn't say which one he thought would be the better or what system that was needed, because if we don't have a person in place.
Well, my honest opinion, I'd probably be like Mr. Singletary. I'd rather have more than enough than not enough, because you're gonna come back and you're gonna have to regroup and redo all over again. So, that's my opinion. I ain't an expert, but that would be my opinion. If I had to buy one for my house, I want it to be extra cold instead of hot.
You know what, that happened, just to give you food for thought, that happened to me. That was one of the contingencies, is that the seller, the company put a new system in. And when they did that, it was bigger than the one that the company provided a bigger one. They told me that it would over-circulate or do something with air, but I kept it because I thought it'd be a good thing, but they said it could actually do a little more damage or something because it was a bigger unit than what I needed. So I don't know what that would do for commercial, if that's the same thing, but
Same thing, same thing.
I
If our
think
unit's
here-
too big, it causes damage.
Here's what you gotta realize with these SOC units, and you're forcing the air down. If you read through the descriptions, you're gonna get a better even flow, cause you gotta remember these gyms they got high ceilings. It would be different if there was a ceiling other than the dome shape. So if you I'm just telling you, you put a 10-ton unit in these gyms, as hot as they are right now, as uninsulated, the way the windows are, which are older units, that 10 tons it ain't gonna last you, just say. So it's gonna overwork itself, which could create stuff. So I think you could get away with 5 more tons, knowing your area of cool is a lot bigger than what that 10 ton could support. So,
I have something to say.
Mr. Rhoda,
Those gyms are designed to stay cool. They, I don't think they're overworked. I don't even think we need air conditioners in there because we're not gonna be there during the summer.
I totally disagree
But,
with
they're designed with the high ceilings and the tall windows, they're designed to stay cool. And the direction they are from the sun, I don't even think they need air conditioners, but that's what I.
so I'm gonna go back in 1988, when my high school football coach called me out to Blamer Gym to lift weights, cause that's where the weight room was. I walked in sweating and I left out sweating, and there was no AC, there was no heat. We had 4 doors. It was like riding in a sedan. You had 4 doors or 4 windows down. That's where your air came, and you had 2 barrel fans. Okay, so I'm telling you, regardless, if yes, they're hot. Yes, we might not use them in the summer as much as we could, but never know what can happen down the road. But again, you got volleyball, you have a lot of different things that go in there, and I think we need to provide that to these schools. Rainy days, it's muggy in these gyms. Humidity's high. So they need to be comfortable in there just like they are in the classroom.
Mr. Secretary, you
Yes, sir.
have a motion at the current time?
Yes, sir. We can get a motion on the floor to approve, the current bid, for Smith Refrigeration.
Well, we got to
I'd like
first
make a
decide,
motion to-
I think we first decide which one we're gonna go with, and then we make the motion on that one. I think you talked with the Smith Refrigeration, but we didn't hear anything from anybody on the other one. We need to make a decision as to which one we're gonna go with, and then we make the motion on that one.
I think that's what we just done. We just talked about it.
We heard your remarks as to Smith Refrigeration, is what we heard.
Can we get a motion on the floor?
So moved.
I got a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second to approve the Smith Refrigeration quote on the HVAC systems for Bladenburg Middle and Clarkton School of Discovery. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No?
Got 1 no. Motion carries. Mr. Lennon, 9.8 roofing projects, East Blaine High School, West Blaine High School projects, concession outdoor restroom facilities. Mr. Benny Lennon.
Yes, Chairman Singletary, what we did, this is y'all got a bid tabulation sheet, where we had, inspector from DPI, engineer, Mr. Brickhouse. He got it with all the companies that does this kind of work, and I think we got 11 or 12 different companies came out, did a bid. It's for the concession stands at East and West Bladen dugouts, to have new roofs on them. I know the one at East is worse than the one at West, but it's that time. The schools are 22 years old. So this is for the metal roofs, for the dugouts, ticket booths, and the concession stands at both baseball and football field. Pope Metals was the cheapest at $138,973. So the prices went from there on up.
Are you familiar with Pope, Benny?
Yes.
Have they done stuff for us before?
Yes.
It's killing us, bro. I tell you what. It's on the home, bro. It's on the home. I need to do more than.
Is there a motion on the floor to go with, Mr. Leonard's recommendation for Pope? So, let's see.
Yes.
Pope Metals Incorporated for the sum of $138,975, is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Based on Mr. Leonard's approval, I make the motion to accept the bid from Pope Metals and authorize awarding to the contract for the roofing project at both high schools to Pope Metals, contingent upon the board's attorney approval. I guess I read that to you. Contingent upon the board attorney's approval of the engineered draft contract.
I get a second. I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries. Action item 9.9, consideration of upset bid process, Plainview School property. Dr. Atkins.
Thank you, Chairman Singletary and board members. As directed last month, a for sale sign was placed on the property. We've had a few calls have actually come in asking about what's the selling price, asking about various things. When would it be sold? How does that work? Attorney Sharon Lynn with Darrington Smith came on last month meeting and shared the upset bid process, which was the recommendation from council if the board was considering probably the most effective way to go to actually establish a selling price or establishing a minimum bid threshold. That could go through 1, 2, 3, 4 cycles depending upon each time you would have. If you have a bidding threshold, bids that would come in, that highest one would then be, that bid would have to be advertised, that amount would be, and then see if someone wants to upset bid that, and it can continue to go up. What we have here is an advertisement. This was a draft from council that was used in a previous district. Again, the board obviously can set the amount. We just had a suggestion of a base amount. What that would be is the lowest amount at this point you all be willing to accept in terms of a bid. We have a recommendation of $200,000. It can be more than that, whatever the board's pleasure is. The tax value, and that's the property and, let me pull up here, on the property and the actual facility itself, it would be, the facility would be as is, and so no guarantees about the building stability, nothing like that. It'll be sold just as the building is. And that's in accordance with, the statute. But the tax record, presently, we all know that's a moving target right now.
Right.
And again, that's at $605,000. But what you would be saying is, you all can determine if that's the amount you want. But you can say, what you'd be doing if you approve this tonight is for allow administration to advertise this. What's the lowest bid you want to entertain to start with? And then again, as it goes through, as a bid comes in at the highest level, when that window closes, we have to do another advertisement that lists that amount and say, this bid has been received for the Plainview School property. We'll be accepting bids for the next, I think, 7 days, or it might be 10 days. 10 days. And then that's advertised. If no one comes, then the board can elect to accept that bid through resolution, and we take it and move forward from that. But that's kind of how that process works. So we're open if the board wants to do a different threshold, but it's our recommendation to at least begin the upset bid process, because we have had some interest. And so I think it's worth the board at this point to see where that would go. If you all are interested in doing a different amount for that threshold, that could be part of that motion, or whatever the board's pleasure is. But it's just our recommendation that we start the process since we've had some interest. Our initial recommendation is $200,000, but you all can go at a different amount if you'd like.
Mr. Thomas.
This was going to ask, in regards to $200,000, where did that amount come from? We talked last time, and I think we kind of talked with the idea, and we went back and forth. I don't think we made any final answer on it as far as having someone to go in and to do an appraisal on the property. I think that it's a unique property. You don't see schools for sale all the time, and to have a sign in the yard, I didn't agree with that part of it. But we also talked about state surplus for some of the kitchen items, the commercial oven, some of those things? Or is that going to be sold with the building
That-
as well?
Right, I'm sorry. The items that we can, like cafeteria equipment that could be moved, that will be taken out, all that will be done. It would just be, we would be advertising the actual building, anything that's fixed on the building would be part of that.
Stationary, that's not.
Right, correct. And so all that would be itemized. It does not include any furniture, because we're planning, obviously, any furniture we can relocate. It would just be the building. Some things you can't, they're built into the wall, you can't take them out, obviously. If it's something, wouldn't be a lot of that kind of thing, but like cafeteria serving lines, that could be pulled out. Any stored furniture and things that could be there could be pulled out or put on surplus for auction, or could be stored, depending on, some stuff might be broken that's in there. We'd have to go through and itemize that. And that would be the actual property. I think it's 8 acres. If I recommend, I'll go back and I won't tell you wrong. I think it's 8 acres on the actual land itself, and I think that's on the 3rd floor. That last page, no, I'm sorry, not the last page. It's got the land value versus the building itself. It's next to last page at the very bottom. Deeded acres is 8.26 on that. So obviously, and again, that was just a number, but obviously you all set that number. We were kind of wanting, and again, you can. That's your minimum you'll accept. You don't have to accept any of the bids that come in. You can reject any of those. And so if you want to have like a starting number, because what would typically happen is whoever wants to bid is going to want to go above that, obviously. And especially if they find out, because I'm sure people talk, there's 2, 3, 4 of us that want this facility, they may get in that competitive. And so at that window closing, if that highest bid is $400,000, we put it back out there and say the highest bid at this point is $400,000 for 10 days. If no one tries to upset that bid, then you all can say, we will accept that bid at $400,000, and the board execute a resolution to do the sale. Or I always have the authority to reject that bid if you did. That's just up to the board which direction you all want to go on that.
Dr. Atkinson, did we?
Mr. Thomas?
Did we rule out the option to lease? I think we talked about that one time. It could not be beyond 10 years. We had some of those things. I think it's in this write-up as well. General statute, it talks about leasing. So are we moving away from that? Did we vote on that, or how did we?
One thing that we kind of was thinking through too in this, with a lease, we obviously retain ownership. The liability side of that, we still have to, if someone was to get hurt on that property, even though we might not be the occupant, we still have to carry a level of insurance on that. Obviously utilities, that kind of thing have to be worked out. And so, in this particular, if you went this model, you basically be relinquishing any cost. So now we're still having to keep some basic utilities there. We're still having to keep insurance on the property. All those things, if it goes to a sale, then the board relinquishes those costs that are associated with us doing it. If we lease it, we still got to maintain a level of coverage and things on that. That doesn't mean the board can't do it. That would be y'all's decision. I don't know if there's any specific, I know there's some special things you have to go through in terms of a lease and what that looks like. And maybe council can kind of talk to that a little bit. There are some specific things, but, the board can entertain that as well. But, obviously when we think about, from a budget perspective, trying to reduce footprint, a sale of the property versus a lease would take that liability off of the system. I'm not sure exactly. We'd have to go back and look, because I know property insurance did go up again, what the cost is for that particular facility, but we would still have to keep that or some version of that if it was leased at a minimum. And I'm not sure what else had to be done. I'm not familiar with the requirements on that. But.
Mr. Rhoda?
How do we know what the building is worth?
So just, if you look at the assessment on here, it says 605,580. Is that right? That's the entire 8 acres.
That includes the land and the building.
So here's what you got.
That's the tax valuation.
Tax valuation. So here's what you got to understand
Old
about
tax.
appraisals.
I'm not through.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm not through. Now, we having problem with our tax people. Did y'all know that?
Yes, sir. This was the old value. We don't know what they've got now. But this was the record prior to the evaluation.
what would it take for us to do, you know, assessment on what that building is
We
worth?
could, I mean, it would matter just, I'm not sure, I guess it had to be a commercial real estate person that could probably facilitate that on behalf of the board. That'd be obviously a cost for us. That could be done. Then they can say, give you an idea of maybe you want to do a different minimum threshold to put down there as a base, or they may say you may want to have a range. You know, I think, you know, obviously that will be another direction you could go to see if you want to take that amount higher. You can set that amount at large. I think that's kind of how the fair market value would be. It's kind of difficult with schools because that's, you don't, it's so different ways.
We don't know what the fair market value of that building is, do we?
All we have is this evaluation here.
And what was,
presently.
what,
That's
if I may ask?
not the way you get the value of
Right.
the building, though. We have the attorney here, that's not the way we get the value of the building, is it?
Mm-mm. No,
In terms of the fair market value?
Yes.
no.
So there are a few different things. One is that the amount, so first of all, the board, by approving this resolution tonight, is not saying it's going to accept $200,000 for the property. At any point in this process, you can reject any offer. This would just, you're just, by this saying, we're not even going to entertain an offer if it's not at least that amount. And then once the process begins, then the process allows for that, for bids to go above and beyond that until it reaches a point at which, you know, there are no more bids. And at that point, if the board is satisfied with the amount, it can accept it. And if it's not, it doesn't have to. So just voting tonight in no way binds the board to any certain amount or to ultimately sell the property, because you can always reject the bid. I mean, in terms of the fair market value, I mean, an appraisal could be something that, you know, you could look at that would, you know, you would have to incur costs to have that done. And as superintendent noted, it is kind of difficult to assess, given the kind of unique status of the building.
Then we can get a
I don't know if
Oh,
anyone
Mr. Rhoda.
knows this, but we are having, we are doing a lot of appeals in this county because of our appraisals. They have my vehicles appraised twice as much as what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
And then people are meeting at the county commissioners because they are putting values on stuff that really not, it's not that, it doesn't cost that much. So I think we should get an appraisal of what that building is worth. Because I've been on this board 12 years, and I know that there's problems with that school. I don't even know if they fixed the sewer system yet. Have they fixed that sewer system, Benny?
They fixed the one in the front before I started.
Yeah, okay, so I don't know if that building is worth that.
Right. And so, and that would be, and even with this too, and for a school system, even though we have evaluation, we don't pay property taxes. And so even though we've got this valuation, we don't pay taxes. But, you know, so in this point, we have not received anything that shows a difference in what, I guess, their value. I'm not sure, I guess they have to value it. I don't know, I haven't seen anything on this road on where it's at now, because, well, you know, given where folks
Not double.
generally are, some folks are double and triple where they have been.
Well, Jason, I would hate to sell somebody something that ain't worth nothing,
Right.
you know? I would hate to do that.
Yep. And I guess that's where the as-is language would come, but, and you all could reduce that. You may say, to start the bidding at 50,000, you may, I mean, it's one of those, it's kind of tough, it's hard to have a comparison to appraise it, because one, it's an older building, two, there's probably not a school floor plan that may be exactly the same. That's what makes that kind of difficult. You can look at other commercial properties, but that's really not fair, because if you're looking at some commercial property or that may be newer, then you're kind of inflating what the value may be if you're using that for the comparison potentially.
So this is just a thought. If you go do an normally the buyer asks for an appraisal if you buy a house, okay? And normally we wait for that buyer to say, hey, I want, because the lender may say, depending on how they're attaining the property, he might say, hey, you got to have an appraisal. Because here's the deal. If we do an appraisal, you're talking, a normal home probably, an appraisal probably runs anywhere from $500 to $1,000, okay? You're talking about a school building, which is probably gonna run you anywhere, maybe could be $5,000 to $10,000. So here, this is just a thought. And I tried to state this the last meet. We've got real estate agents in this town that are probably could go out and look at it and give us some type of an idea of what is worth other than what the county's telling us, okay? So we don't spend the money to do the appraisal because we don't have $5,000 or $10,000 just laying around. And I don't know exactly what the cost would be, but if we got some real estate folks here in this town or somewhere else that can go out and look at it and be like, hey, this, and it don't cost you nothing to say, hey, can you go look at it for me? And then come back to us and say, hey, this is what I think versus what the county's got it state at. Cause my county taxes doubled, my house doubled up $150,000, $160,000. Appealing, also as well, but these older buildings, need to be, let's look at it from that perspective and then say, look, hey, or ask the question what a normal commercial appraisal would cost, because I can assure you it ain't going to be, because that person's going to go in and he's going to go to room by room. He's got to write a detailed report. He's got to go under that building. He's got to crawl it. He's got to see what's going on, this and that and other. At this point, we shouldn't be, my thought is we don't do an appraisal. If somebody says, hey, I'm going to give you $400,000 for it, the lender says, I'm going to do, we need an appraisal, then that person who's buying the property is responsible for paying that $5,000 or $10,000, whatever that looks like, okay, or however they all say. That's just a thought. And then there's no cost incurred on us at that point.
Well, I think we should find out what an appraisal would cost us first, before we try to put it on the market. I mean, you say $5,000 or $10,000, it may be $1,000 or $2,000, we don't know yet.
Well, sir, I crawl houses every day of the week, and I can assure you appraisals are anywhere from $5,000 to $1,000. A house, 1,800 square feet, $2,000. I'm just saying, this is a commercial. I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I'm just saying from a perspective, we could have an agent look at it and give us an idea. And then if we want to move forward, because I'm sure if you called one right now, they could say, yeah, it's probably going to cost you ABC. So let's know what we're paying for before we say, hey, let's just go get an appraisal. Because at this point, I can tell you it's not going to be $1,000. I was just saying.
Apparently you didn't hear what I said. I said, let's find out what one costs. I
Right.
didn't say we gonna get one.
Okay.
Yeah, let's find out what one will cost us. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm with you 100% on that. Let's.
The appraisal that we currently have, Dr. Axon, you said it was done how many years ago?
I'm not sure, this was the tax pay, this is the old tax pay that they're looking at, this is from the GIS system. So, I'm not sure
From
when
what
they
year?
did this, I have to go back and see if there's a date on it, but, I know it is not the new because this was pulled before they did this GIS.
Yeah. So it's at least 5 years old.
Right, at least.
So can we agree to get up with a real estate agent that, go ahead, Dennis.
I'd just like to table 9.9 and we could do all that, let Jason work it out next month, see what he's got.
All right, so I got a motion, a second, and discussion. All those in favor of tabling the upset bid process for consideration for Plainview school property, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries. At this time, we need a motion on the floor to convene in closed session, prevent the disclosure of confidential information pursuant to GS 143-1811-1, 5, and 6, GS 115C319 to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to GS 143-1811-A3.
So moved.
I got a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying saying aye. All opposed. In the closed session. Yes, sir. Understood. Yes, sir. Thank you.
They're pregnant right now. I mean, they're chairman, they're from that area. We got Smithfield out there. I want to try to get them to talk to Smithfield. But you know what? Somebody paid the company the way stuff is out right now. You gotta have a plan. It takes a lot of money. You go spend. You look like $20,000. Look at each $20,000. No, I can do it for $20,000. Okay. You can do it for $20,000 all day long. Like I say, you just got to have the right people. Well, if this don't work out, it's another piece of land on Purdy Hall Road. The organization, they already put bricks and stuff on 7 blocks. They were doing it for the community, and it stopped like 20 years ago. You know, is that what I'm talking about? It's got a lot of bricks, rebar, stuff there. I told them, hey, you come too. You come out there trying to buy a big team. And I still do. I'm gonna do it for them. You know, you come out there trying to get a team. I'm finna put one in Irwin for a church. That's what I'm saying. You wanna do the whole thing? So, hey, fair, that's what I'm saying. But I think the reason they want to get this appraisal because they just want to know with the way the valuations are higher than what they were, they'll probably get more than $200,000 on that new appraisal valuation. And then they can say that's the bottom line. They're gonna take nothing less than that. Yeah, because I know versus the $200,000. And look at me. $200,000 a lot of money. No, it's not a lot of money, but you got to have people that want to do it. I mean, everybody ain't got it sitting in there. No, but what I'm saying is,
All right. Can you get a motion on the floor to approve action item 10.1, personnel action items?
Second.
I got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Board member comments, 12.
What's,
Mr. Thomas?
okay. All right, so I'll begin. Question before we, is there a camera in this? Is it here, or do we use that one? I want to be sure. Okay, got you. All right, so just want to make sure I look in the camera and share heartfelt sentiments as that there was, I know the board knows this, but I don't want to go too far into detail with the audience, but I want to make sure that I let folks know that I'm aware of the fact that students, I'm trying to look in the camera without looking at you, Ms. White-Smith. No, you just get my attention real easy. But just looking in the camera to say to the students who may have opted to watch our meetings for, I think it was quoted, that those individuals watch for drama and confusion and some of those things. I want folks to know that that's not why we're here. We're here to make well-informed decisions. And so sometimes we do have tough conversations. And at the last board meeting, our meeting in March, I think some folks may have had a different opinion of me. And so for that, my role and how the meeting turned out, I apologize to the students and to our faculty and staff for any behavior that is deemed to be inappropriate or conversations that may have been offensive to them. So I want the students to know that we are here for you, the faculty and staff to know that we are here for you. And I'm going to do a much better job and just be sure that I'm aware of what I'm saying and being mindful that you all are watching. I want to be able to be a part of something that our students and our faculty and staff are proud of. So again, my apologies for the offense from last board meeting to our students, to the faculty, and the staff. Moving to the next item, I do want to say welcome aboard. Have high expectations from you. Had a long conversation about you. A lot of people that know you, we know a lot of the same folks. So I've heard a lot of good things about you. We have some really, really wonderful faculty, staff members, administrators here in our district. And I think sometimes during our meetings, we don't talk about the students enough, and we don't give praises enough. A lot of times we ask questions, and it may seem as if we're diving and we're looking for something, but that's not always the case. So it's the small things that people do that really make a difference. Elizabethtown Primary School, I cannot remember the coach's name, but every morning when I drop my daughter off, what's his name? Daly? Okay, James Daly. He is absolutely phenomenal. Not to take away from anyone else, but every morning in the car line, he high-fives every student as they go, and he knows each one of them by name. Doesn't matter if it's 32 degrees outside, if it's warm outside, he does an excellent job. There are ladies that are out there as well. They go to the cars, open the doors, they make sure things run smoothly. No one to get an award for that, but I want those folks to know that it is noticed and that they're doing a great job. Another thing, Ms. Sherry White-Smith, great work. I remember Ms. Sherry White-Smith was a principal at Elizabethtown Middle School, and she said, I can't remember if it was class, or ears or something. I can't remember what it is. I thought the kids were in the prison with their hands behind their back, but I didn't care much for it, but I didn't want to tell her that. But I appreciate it, and I understand that. So to say, I'm going back to those days to say thank you. Ms. Priscilla Brayboy, who I think did an excellent job as a principal at Elizabethtown Middle School, asked me to be on her advisory board for the school, so that parent advisory board. So that'll let you know she's a risk taker, would allow me to serve on any board. So I did give some ideas over there too. But with that, for her to open the door for me, and she also, my daughter served under her as well as a teacher assistant while she was in college. So I do, Ms. Brown, great work. And I also, folks may not know this, but I also worked with Dr. Atkinson. He was Mr. Atkinson at the time. And so I think we worked pretty closely together. We were in a lot of the same meetings. So I have you were at the middle school in the media center whenever I was there. So I said, gosh, she's got enough time in now. She's got a lot of time in. But whenever folks want to stay beyond their 30 years, that lets you know they love their jobs. And I said one time, I've never heard anyone say they love working for Bladen County Schools, but you don't have to say it. I think your work says that for you. I want folks to be aware that it is not from an argumentative standpoint. It's more so to come up with ideas. And I've learned as a professional to think outside the box. I don't want folks to think for any reason that we come in and we just ask questions for no reason. I have a notebook set aside. Now, for some reason, I left it in the office today, so I take time. I probably shouldn't say it on camera, but I do take time from work to make sure I go through this stuff. And I have those questions written down. If somebody answers it before I ask it, I'll mark it out. So I think that someone may have had a misconception that we come into the meetings unprepared, and that, I assure you, is not the case. That is not the case. It takes a lot of time to go through this material, and we're not experts on any of this stuff. And so that's why we have to ask questions to the experts. Mr. Lennon, when he's talking about HVAC system, I wouldn't know if the chairman had not chimed in. I wouldn't know what a 15, 20-ton, any of that stuff is. I mean, even reading through it, didn't dissect it. So we ask those questions just to be sure that we have an understanding. Some of the things I did mention, there was an email that Mr. Russ sent out back in January 28th of 2025, so it's been over a year ago. And his email was to address recruiting and retention, teacher retention, and vacancy rates. I think he did a very good job. It was a very lengthy email. I think he did a very good job. That took a lot of time to prepare that, and you could tell that he had a conversation with someone with his background, not necessarily being in education. So I want folks to be aware that most of the board members, I would like to think that all of us are doing things outside of these meetings to make our district as best as it possibly can be. I got carried away. I did go to a meeting. I sent an email in November the 18th, and I'm going to wrap this up really quick. I want our teachers, because I've heard this conversation, some folks don't necessarily feel comfortable coming forth. I want us to put in an email privately, but I'm going to say it publicly, is that we have a faculty senate, a faculty committee, that they could express their ideas, their concerns, their view of the district, to do it anonymously, have one person to mention it before the board, whatever it is. But I want folks to feel that they're valued and that they're not being retaliated against, or that they're fearful of coming forward. I also mentioned about board evaluations, that we can all evaluate ourselves, because sometimes what I've learned is that two things can be true at the same time. It all depends on how you look at it. So it's not that we're seeing things differently. We just see it from a different perspective. Well, we're seeing it differently from a different perspective, but we're not, it doesn't necessarily mean that we don't agree on everything. So I'm trying to find a medium. What can we agree on as a board? Effective communication, transparency, having district office personnel to be more active in doing presentations, new board member orientation, not just a meeting with you. And I think a person's perception is their reality. You could mean something very well, and someone could misinterpret it, and their misinterpretation can misconstrue everything that you said. And so that's their reality, even though you didn't mean it that way, and that's not what you were saying, or that's what you didn't mean that, but then that's their reality. So I think we have to be a little careful about what we say. Have student representation at a board meeting, or have students to be active, or have a student advocate, I don't know, with student ideas or some of the things that they want to do with the district. Let's see, I went back and I added additional things as well. Having the superintendent news. The superintendent, I think we talked about maybe having you to do an announcement, or board member to announce the games, just to kind of go in and have a home feel. I want those students, and I don't want to challenge any other schools that are in our county, that may be charter schools or private schools, but I want those students here in Bladen County Schools. And I think that we have the resources, I think we have a desire, I think we have the knowledge between our administrators that we should be the first choice for the students that are here in Bladen County, and that other counties around us should be mimicking the work that we do. We are, I just don't want us to lose more students. We've got to figure out what our niche is and how we can get the attention of those students and their parents as well. So those are a few things that I wanted to mention. Again, to apologize to the students, to the faculty and staff. I have to be very clear on that. Students, faculty, and staff for behavior at the last board meeting that they may have deemed to be inappropriate or offensive. And that was brought to my attention from, and I want to use this very loosely, as an anonymous individual who was speaking from my understanding for a group. Hear me well, most of the information that they shared, they were very methodical, and I ran it through, and I could tell if it was ChatGPT prepared, because they wrote it very, very well. It's very well written, and if you have those tools, you can utilize those. So I didn't find any mistakes in it, not that I'm an English major, but in my mind I am. I think that we had a lot more in common. We agreed a lot more than I thought we would. As I read through that, we were just seeing things from a different perspective. So it wasn't delivered in the way that I thought it should have been, but I think the sentiments definitely were on board with some of the same thoughts that I had as well. I thought for sure that whenever I joined the Board of Education that I was gaining a whole lot of friends. I didn't know the nature of politics. This is my first political position. I was new, wet behind the ears, and I'm learning, but I won't stop advocating. I'm very selective on what I apologize for. I have to genuinely be sorry. So to the students, again, I am sorry, but I will not apologize for asking questions. I will not apologize for advocating for our faculty and our staff. So I think I saw a lot of progress this evening. I hope that our momentum is moving in the right direction. Hopefully our next board meeting is going to be even greater than this one. But thank you all so much, gentlemen, members of the board, for all that you do. That's it.
Mr. Edwards.
Dr. Atkinson, I've had a couple of parents reach out to me about the new app.
Oh.
Are we still working on that, or, I mean, login issues, stuff like that? I don't know, IT or whoever's working on it.
And we, actually, the last piece of that was website conversion. That app, that hopefully is going to take care of some of those issues. And so what we're going to do is we're talking about doing another push to have folks try to re-download and refresh the app. We did find out that some content information, this is going to be important. This is a challenge we have too. Sometimes the information that's in the student information system doesn't necessarily match the record. Say it's parent creates an account. Sometimes they want to associate that student with them if it's a different phone number or a different email address. So that's something we'll do a big push, especially over the summer as we start the new year, to make sure we have the most accurate what the parent wants in that system in terms of a number, email, and I think that's going to help with some of the matching. But I honestly think that the website, now that it's live, is going to address some of those. We were basically using a newer system, going back to the old website. They just didn't communicate very well. It's just the app itself came on board before the website. In hindsight, it's not an easy day to do it all kind of together. But we were pushed because of Infinite Campus, we had to go ahead and migrate to all calls tied in with the app. So we had to move there first, or we've been severely handicapped with all call messages. That was the only downside. But I'm hoping that's going to take care of that problem and us getting that information updated. We want to send a blast out to if they want to verify, because I think the poor horse way to go on this time, but send home a demographic sheet for each student and say, will you just verify that what's showing up now, so we can update the student information system so as they register for the app, it does match, and then when we do that yearly, we're updating that. But I think that the website, between that and verifying that, that's going to hopefully take care of that.
Well, I know some fees and stuff like that are paid through the app.
Right.
Just, I mean, I hope the principals, they're being kind of lenient to make sure that, kids are getting through everything.
Right. And one thing that our folks have not utilized as much as we're moving forward is to, a lot more folks are using online payments. Some, we don't see as many now that come in and pay. And so some of our schools have done a better job of implementing that than others. And so we're kind of, and it's also good for checks and balances. We're going to push that into all the buildings and make sure over the summer the bookkeepers all get that training, and that's available for everyone. So that, because sometimes you have family members, you might have a family member that lives in another state. I want to sponsor so-and-so's prom fee. They can pay that online, it's taken care of. And so right now, we've not been fully consistent barrier that I think we can easily address, but that would make sure that is available. And even if someone in the community wants to sponsor someone, they could even use that kind of payment system to do that. Also provides a receipt to them on the spot.
Okay, thank you.
He was talking about the app. Trying to clear the
I
app
had
up.
one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had one question.
Okay.
And it was, Dr. Atkinson, this is, were you calling on me?
Yeah.
Okay. There was a question that a parent had in this regards to the Beta Club. And I think the students are going to go to Nashville, Tennessee in June.
That's right.
And their concern was the cost and the financial hardship for a lot of the parents. And so the students, in their expression, the students have worked extremely hard throughout the year to be a part of the Beta Club. They've excelled academically. They've done well with standardized test scores. And then the students, which you think the Beta Club convention would be a time for them to celebrate, but they can't go or they're not allowed to go because of financial constraints of their family. I think that the parent was asking or mentioned that in the past that the district may have provided some type of assistance for students, or there were some additional dollars that were somewhere. Have we explored that? I listened to the parent, and I don't know if I can remember exactly, but some of those prices were very expensive, and especially if you had two students that were going. I mean, it was just, it was very, very expensive.
That's one thing I know we've expressed, because they always end up at these high-end places. I know last time my daughter went, we were in Nashville then, and it was crazy expensive, and that was years ago. They've been to Orlando. It's astronomical. You know, I think there's other venues that the National Beta Club could explore, because it is restrictive. And I know we're limited somewhat in terms of it would have to be something we would have to look at in terms of local. We could, you know, try to, but, you know, the local budget obviously is stretched. We checked one time about federal programs. During ESSER, we were able to help a little bit with ESSER because it was unrestricted. But now, the way that the Title I guidelines and all, we cannot use that federal money for, but because that has to be offered to every child, and that would only be doing a student that would qualify under Beta. So that's why we can't really get around the federal requirement on that. And so it could be something we try to look at. And, you know, at one point, we were even trying to solicit some of the clubs, and, you know, we'd done like a showcase night. I think some had they've gone kind of on their own and done that one time with a district night. And it got, I know we're looking at that again, but everyone had kind of sit on, they're doing some fundraising and things. But it's unbelievable what it costs a family, because, you know, at least one parent's got to go. A lot of times, you know, you really want the family support. You got grandparents. It's because you're looking at, it's the Gaylord is where they're going to in Nashville. That's an expensive, it's what, 4-star, 5-star at least probably. I mean, it's all, I mean, it's very expensive. You know, yes, it would be nice to give that exposure, but I think there's more, the organization's got to look at better options too, to be more financially sound for families, because it does create a barrier to where it's, you know, and even that, you know, fundraising, it would take a lot even with that to do. And even, I mean, and Mr. Thomas, don't quote me this amount, I think when my daughter, and this has been, I was middle school, 8th grade, so 4 years, she's a senior this year. So that would, I think we paid, it was close to $1,500, $2,000 for us to go with her. And that, I mean, and that was a challenge. And so that's a lot to ask families to come out. So I think it's going to be a combination of advocacy to find ways to support with funding and business partnerships and things. But I think the club is going to have to be more realistic, especially for rural systems. I think it's a challenge for any system, honestly. I mean, because you think you've got different varying income levels in every system. It don't matter if you're Wake County or Bladen County. And so that they're going to have to be a little more realistic too on the club side, I think, because, you know, you want to give kids exposure, but there's other places and other venues that could sponsor things like that. It would not be nowhere near the cost of what we're having to pay now. It's just not right.
Yeah, if we could just look at some dollars
Right.
somewhere just to assist with some students. It may not be a lot, but something, and then the parents can just take it from there.
Yeah, and see, and that's one thing we had to kind of look at too, is that, and I think it depends on, you know, one thing we've encouraged, and Ms. Brown's done this heavily, is the more schools that can travel together, the cost will come down. So we've tried to really encourage, because at one point, folks were having, The one challenge is like middle schools at one time, elementary different, but if the middle schools can come together, share a charter and get down there together and things, that may help cut, so things we could we've been trying to encourage ways to help cut costs like that. But you're looking at significant travel to Nashville. I mean, that's a haul. And so they're taking that by charter. Definitely wouldn't trust the activity bus of ours over there. Not that far.
In some instances like that, we also have some of our business partners will sponsor a child that cannot or have a stroke,
So when we do know there's a need, we try to get some sponsorships on that too.
Let me know. I'll send the student's name if the parent is okay, and then that way.
Sure, you share that with us, and we'll be glad to follow with them and see if we can get some support.
Anybody else? We'll move on to board chair. Just want to give a shout out to the Bladen Early College. I think Mark Edge, I think those guys posted the highest ACT scores that they've ever had out of there. Hats off to that group. Teachers, faculty, staff, bus drivers, administrative, maintenance, our janitors. We got 40 days left, I think, for school. Is that right? And we got graduation on June the 5th. I think it's on a Friday.
That's graduation.
So I think we're in the home stretch. I would say there's a lot of tests and things that's got to get done in these next few weeks. Make it fun for these kids. As my son come on, he got up this morning, man, I got EOG check-ins. I said, the first day back, he said, man, I got EOG check-in. I said, son, listen, go do your best. I said, you'll work through it, but make it fun for these kids. Let's figure out a different kind of pressure when we're out here in the classroom. Just hats off to everybody, the work they're putting in, the support we're getting from the communities out there. A lot of Beta Club dinners and different things going on, trying to support these trips to the Gaylord and different things. To get out and support where you can, get out to the schools, listen. Provide support, sports all the way around the boards out there. But I just can't thank everybody enough. And we're in the home stretch, 40 days. Let's get through these next few weeks, and we'll celebrate the graduations, and we'll move on to 27, 28. Go. Thank you, guys. Move on to our newly installed finance officer report.
All right, Mr. Chair, Board, I appreciate the opportunity and the trust you put into me here at Bladen County with schools. I look forward to working with each and every one of you in that aspect to make Bladen County the best school district in North Carolina in that aspect. So what I did on day one is I just replicated a report that y'all are used to seeing in that aspect. I, by all means, am not in the ivory office. If there's something that the board would like to see from a financial aspect, please run that through Dr. Atkinson and myself, and we'll make sure we get that incorporated in the report. So if there's anything different you want to see, just let me know, and we can talk about it and put it on that. But overall, from this standpoint, just want to say, as of now, from a budget perspective, our target expense rate's 75%. I'm saying that because we're 3/4 through the school year. As of now, from a fiscal standpoint, our state funds, our expense percentage and what we've spent is 77%. And state, local funds will be 77% as well. Federal, 63%. Capital funds, 17%, 71%. In child nutrition, and 71% in our Fund 8 category. Our target rate is 75% for the year overall. There's a couple funds that are a little above where I would suspect they should be at this time of the year. However, you know, it's one of those things, there has to be a margin error. Me coming on to this district, I need to learn a little bit more about the numbers, kind of how you guys operate to really interpret and go from there. But there, overall, from a standpoint, looking at the big picture, it seems like for this year, with the allocation amendment y'all approved earlier, you're on track to finish out the school year.
Yes, sir, Mr. Thomas.
The thing was with this, it looks great. We mentioned one time before is just to include a column that has the month. And the rationale, an additional column that has a month expenditure, right, a
A
month.
month.
I'm country, so a month. So what that does is, it's gonna give us an indication of what we spent for that month. The reason why that was requested is that we can see our monthly spending. If for whatever reason that increases tremendously from one month to another, that gives a red flag, hey, something took place. And it may be something with a capital project, it may be something else. And if we underspend, then that's a flag as well, maybe we missed something, so,
If I could chime in on that too, and that's a good point, Mr. Thomas. And just like, for example, on the 77%, especially on local, one thing, our supplements have already been paid for the year. And so that's a upfront kind of expense we do. So that also kind of increases that. But I do agree, you would have a month like, the supplement month would be higher. And that does help you all kind of gauge, and we would know then what that is. And so, and that'd be something we definitely can do. And I think that is good to see. So you'd see month ending, what March's total was separately from March versus where we are for the year versus that. And we could even do the percentage of the month and the percentage of year to date as well. That might be helpful.
I can do the math a whole bunch of different ways. It's just a matter of how you guys want to see it. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, same sheet of music in that regard, and marching in the same direction. So, I look forward to working with you in that aspect. In between now and the next meeting, if you have the opportunity, please feel free to give me a call or come sit by the office and see me, or vice versa, I can come see you and we can go ahead and talk about it and get everything on there. So,
could you share your last name? I have Daniel.
Nolan, Nolan.
Okay, no,
Nolan.
okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Well,
Thank you.
and I forgot to shout out to the cafeteria workers, and I'll get called out because I didn't mention them. So thank you guys every day for what you do from early mornings to late afternoons. Dr. Atkinson, Superintendent report.
Thank you, Chairman, Secretary, Board members. I'll keep this brief as well. We are fortunate, we are looking forward to Mr. Nolan's leadership in our finance department, and as we continue to work together, we know that numbers drive a lot of that work, and so we want to be well informed as we make those decisions. Reminder of our joint meeting with the commissioners on the 23rd. You've shared a draft agenda that was kind of built in collaboration with their chair and us. It will be a working lunch. We'll come in, call to order, you grab your lunch, and the people that are presenting will talk while you eat. And so we'll do that. That will be at BCC and auditorium. That agenda is also live in board docs as well. We've been working through a strategic plan. We hope to have a draft for you all at the May meeting to kind of see where we are at this point. And then I hope to get a final approval in June. This will be effective 26 through 30. The curriculum committee meeting, we're going to have to get that rescheduled. There's a couple of conflicts on that. We'll definitely try to get that in place before the next meeting, because there are some things curriculum committee is going to need to review in prep for the May board meeting, because it's that time where we look at renewals. I will share at large, we have a couple curriculum areas that are about to get new standards, so it would definitely not be smart to make any changes, and you don't want teachers to get something new and then have to turn around and change it again because standards are changing. But they're doing a lot of movement in Raleigh, and so we'll talk more about that with the curriculum committee, and obviously we'll have some subsequent things that the board will need to approve in terms of some of those recurring programs and things we'll have. We want to try to do that early enough that we can get those in place. I kind of shared already about the state budget condition and kind of where we are. Houses being advantageous. Projections I've shared with us are looking at trying to do an 8.7 over 2 years and starting the base teacher scale 22% higher than what it's at now. That's a target they want to do. It's on the House side. Senate's much smaller. They're looking at 3.3% per year and a one-time bonus. I don't know what that is. That's kind of some language that's coming from the education subcommittee thinking about planning for the next budget. And so that's just preliminary information that we've been shared. You did see this the first night. Attorney Malone had shared this as something that they had used. I kind of prefaced that in the presses sheets. That's our first time, so we're all kind of working through that process a little bit. And so I think that might be helpful to kind of have some summary points and things on there. I hope that was helpful this time, even in the drafts, that everything was together and you're not getting a whole list of files. One thing we have asked our team to do, and I realize this too, sometimes our board agendas are lengthy. And so we're going to push our deadlines up to give you even more time. And so maybe rather than the actual having a draft agenda necessarily that has, majority of attachments, our goal is by that Wednesday, we're going to push the envelope and have board docs fully ready That gives you 2 more days than what you're getting now, and that may help that window some. That's something we want to do on our end, and so we've talked as an administrative team that I need things to meet earlier so that I can push them to you all earlier. And that would also open up, if we have some things we need to, we might need to adjust this agenda, we'd have plenty of time to do it, or anything, can we get this piece of information to help us with this item that may not be there, that would give us more time. And we might try to push a little bit sooner, but I think the sooner we can do that, more on an official with board docs. And so it's just going to push and we're going to have basically a line in the sand. If you don't have it in my office by this time, the board will not, unless it's something emergent that we'll have to consider amend the agenda for, then it's not going to go on this board agenda if it has to come to another, because we need to make sure y'all have ample time. I think the draft agenda has helped some, but we don't always have everything. I mean, it's kind of a catch-22. So our goal is to, rather than send out that midweek, we're going to have board docs loaded, personnel, everything, by the Wednesday before, and our goal is to start that in May. So we hope between that and the presses sheets to organize this, hope it'll be better, help that efficiency as we were talking about earlier, and I hope that will be something that we can do. Next, a regular board meeting will be on May the 11th, and so and we'll have some other things in the weekly updates as we go through. We'll have your graduation tickets and share some more about that at the May meeting as well, as we get close to that time. We do appreciate your support as we're working through these things. There's a lot going on, a lot of things that outside forces that impact us, unfortunately, things like budget, et cetera, that make it hard. But we've got to work hard and work together to make the best of every situation and do what's best for our students and staff. So we do appreciate your support as we work through these things.
I have a question for
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Atkinson.
Mr. Thomas.
We've been asked numerous times about the facilities and disposal of East Arcadia School as well as Plainview. A lot of folks, we've seen Mr. Smith come in numerous times, ask questions, very interested. As I'm reading through some of the information that was sent out, it said city disposal of personal property and then real property, all the other stuff. I don't have a real estate license. I'm not sure of that. I think we toyed with the idea previously that if it's an educational entity and if they're, I guess, I don't know, we didn't tell if it was a public school, a private school, a charter school, all those things. I think, I know that we set the bar at $200,000, not to revisit that, just to go in, but there are some nonprofit organizations that are genuinely interested in acquiring both schools that may not have those financial resources. There'd be a better help. They'll do a lot more work in the community, better usage of the building, but now we're going with the highest bidder, which I understand that as well. But if we could have a little more insight on that process. I know sometimes folks are trying to read through this stuff and they're reading through general statutes, and if you're not an attorney, if you have a background with reading contracts, one thing can contradict the other. So if we just have a little more guidance on it, I think that folks are still confused about the disposal of Booker T. Washington School, and also with Bladen Elementary or Bladen Middle School, the old Bladen Middle School with the Paula Brown. So folks are looking at that, and I don't have answers for them. And we've asked, and I think we're kind of all over. We're just not giving anything to them concrete. So if we could have the attorney to go in and say, this is it. I don't know if we need to post something on our website to let folks know, but it has to be something, and I don't think any of us really have the answers to give to them. Some folks are going on experience. Some folks, this is what we did last time. The general statute has changed. We're all over the place with it. But there are some folks that are really, really interested, and they don't know where to start.
Right.
Mr. Thomas, would you like to add that to the agenda next meeting?
If we could, for next month, that would be great.
If you
So
could
we
send
can have the
it.
attorney do a presentation.
If we have a
Yeah.
permit, because we never know who the attorney's going to be until we show up.
Well, it'll be,
There should be more consistency about that moving
yeah,
forward.
moving forward.
Yes,
sir.
we'll have our permanent,
Yes.
hopefully, unless there's a sickness or something starting.
No, sir.
Not me. It's been great being here with you tonight.
Yep.
All right, can I get a motion on the floor? Can we get a motion on the floor to adjourn? I got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor by signifying by saying aye.
Disposal of real estate
All
would be
opposed.
the best way to say it.
Motion carries.
Jason about that.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause Sharon did talk about the upset bid things last time. They have listened.
Yeah, the statute, it says cities that have
Nah, they ain't tell him that. He already ready to go.